Wow. Wow. Let's go. Let's go. Wow, what a stream last night. It's going to be better tonight, I think. Don't we? Callers. Oh my gosh, guys. Callers. Oh my gosh. It is what it is. How's it going, guys? Wow. Woo. All right, sorry. Fixed caller. Yeesh. Yeesh. What is up, everyone? Dude, it's crazy. I have a feeling tonight's stream is going to be even better. Tonight's going to be amazing. I have a feeling. You know, you get that feeling sometimes. How's everyone doing tonight, huh? How are you guys doing? Omar, what's up, Omar? How's it going, man? Alina's in chat. What's up? Michael, I see you. How's it going? Hello, everyone. Jan, Omar, Brian, Matt, I see you. What's up? How's it going, guys? How are you? Good. Alina, thank you for asking. I'm doing well. Been studying, trying to pass the patent bar. So it's been fun to start. Oh man, we're getting right into it. All right, okay, that's fine. Hello, how's it going?
Yo, how we doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Oh, I was just gonna ask you a question. So are you a doctor? I'm not too familiar with your stuff.
I'm a
but you're saying
microbiology PhD. I'm not a medical doctor.
are you pretty opposed of mainstream narratives of certain cures, vaccines, patents, all that kind of stuff?
Ask your question. What do you mean? I don't understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, I guess where I'm going with this is, do you think there's been many cancer cures or essentially cancer cures that have been suppressed and basically brushed under the rug because it would have destroyed an entire industry?
No, there's just no way to have that like level of conspiracy, and you'd have like competition. Like basically all the companies, all the pharmaceutical companies are at a similar level in technology. So you're not gonna have like someone that's just vastly ahead and that they like stymied it, then they weren't able to get it out. So I think that, yeah, it would require basically a global conspiracy with all the pharmaceutical companies, and I don't think that's realistic. So no.
I tend to agree somewhat with that, but I think there's certain items such as med beds and frequency based treatments that haven't really been explored, and those types of patents have been pushed under the rug. But I think a lot of it, and this goes back to Tesla's work, that I think that really all of the frequencies that are involved actually can cure cancer, but you can't do it from like a needle and a biological perspective. So I think it's kind of a waste, all of the cancer research they do.
Wait, you think that light and frequencies of a specific wavelength, they're going to be able to cure cancer, but targeted gene therapies can't?
Correct.
Okay, can you give me an example?
I don't think targeted gene therapies they alter the baseline, and I think when you alter the baseline, you're just getting further away from the natural frequency that caused the deviation that caused the cancer in the first place. And I think that there's some things that have been thrown under the rug related to targeted frequency based destruction of cells. And so I think that a lot of that has to do with the cure for cancer, but it's been all thrown under the rug.
Okay, so I guess a couple of baseline questions then. What is like the definition of cancer, and then why can you give me like a study or anything that you can point to base any of this off of?
It's abnormal growth of cells, essentially from cells that didn't properly recreate, I guess, and your body creates a tumor-like area to try and suppress the cells that are deviating from the norm in your body. And I'm not too big into the biofield, but I understand the general concepts of
Okay.
how the body tries to handle and cause the cancer not to spread. And I think that the frequency is what dissolves those bad cells. I don't have the patent on me right now, but the I think it's Fior. He had some stuff on this targeted frequency based healing, and it never really came to light. And his
Okay.
work was kind of
What would be the thing that we can look up and read for your study to have base this on?
type in FIORRE,
Okay.
targeted frequency cures, or yeah, something along those lines. Maybe you'll get a pop.
Okay. There's the Rife
Yeah,
machines.
they're right.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. So right, just to begin, like basically, so you are correct in that cancer cells are like a dysregulated community of cells that are basically propagating within your system, and there is normally a huge hi. What's up, Olivia? Nice to see you. There's a bunch of cells that you are basically a collection of different types of cells: muscle cells, heart cells, eye cells, brain cells,
Yep.
and there's a lot of cellular mechanisms that go into stopping them from proliferating to where they want. So they need to stay at a certain level of numbers and growth rate and all that kind of stuff. Basically, there's tons of regulation genetically in order to do that. So you have like at every level: transcription, translation, pre-translation,
Yep.
post-translation, protein, all that kind of stuff. And those are the forms of cancer, and that's where cancer comes. So that's why there's hundreds of different types of cancers. There isn't a single type of cancer. So that dysregulation is from genetics, and we can sequence cancer cells specifically, and we know that the changes are from genetics and from genes. And that's what the targeted gene therapy does, is that the cells are so similar to one another that we can actually go through with gene therapy now and say, okay, we only want to target these cells that actually have these specific mutations. And once they have that mutation, then we deliver the medicine. So it's a specific type of delivery and a specific type of medicine to those specific cancer cells.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, and I think it definitely probably could have a use case and is on the right track. But I think that where I'm going with it is the frequency targeting prevents those cells from ever birthing in the first place. And obviously, as your telomere shrinks, you're going to get cancer regardless as you get older, but and or be more susceptible to it, I should say, just because of the how the cells are splitting off. But the what I'm trying to get at is basically that I think that if we had these frequency type machines, it would put your body in check,
Okay.
and it would never allow for the proliferation of all of those bad cells.
So how would that happen? So like right now the Rife machine that I'm looking up would be radio waves. So how explain to me the mechanism of how radio wave is going to actually interplay with the cell.
It would be basically connected up to a tube, and it could develop over time where you'd essentially my whole theory is that a lot of the elites have these med beds that they sit
They're not
in.
theories. They're not. You don't have a theory yet. This is a hypothesis, an untested hypothesis.
Okay, and yeah, technical word schematics,
I mean, we can use. Well, I just wanted like, there are. What I was talking about is microbial cell theory, right? So we have to have like a separate word between like medicine and what we've actually shown through studies and rigorous testing and peer reviewed publications and all that kind of stuff versus what you're talking about. So what do you have a different word that you want to use other than hypothesis? We could do like an untested theory or versus like a proven theory. Like what kind of word do you want?
yeah, let's do untested. That's
Okay.
fair.
Okay. All right.
Unpublicized, untested. Yep.
Okay.
So essentially, my unpublished, untested theory is that um, you have these elites that are using these med beds, and they do it consistently on a weekly basis, and it essentially keeps their cells in a better state that doesn't allow them to degrade as much. And I think that's how they stay in that youthful looking appearance
Wait,
over an extended period of time.
I'm sorry. I'm really confused. I guess like you're like the med beds. I was just looking at them. I don't understand what they're the medical beds. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, they're med beds, but they basically are throwing the radio frequency like we had talked about from the Rife machine.
Okay.
And you sit in that and you have these frequencies that are basically blasting on your body at a different hertz. And that's causing your cells based on you and what you need to stay in a better state and not have as many of those bad cells that break off and to cancer in the first place. And it also keeps you looking younger as well.
Okay. Okay. So there are different types of wavelengths that can cause genetic mutations that can cause cancer and that could actually change someone's cellular functions. And those are ultraviolet rays. We see it from the sun, right? There's the UV from the sun actually changes your skin cells DNA to the point where it mutates enough that it sheds those cells because it doesn't equate that to there's too many genetic mutations. So it actually that's what a sunburn is. A sunburn is your body rejecting the DNA sequence of those cells through ultraviolet wavelengths that have been changed. So, but ultraviolet wavelengths, we're talking on the scale of 10 to 400 nanometers. So, and they're actually small enough in order to actually change the nucleotides. And that's what you would have to do versus radio wavelengths, which you're talking about, are hundreds of kilometers wide. They're too big. Like there are radio waves going through me right now and it's doing nothing. So it doesn't matter if it's in a tube, doesn't matter if you're close, doesn't matter if you're sitting down. It doesn't have the oscillation, like it's not actually small enough to actually intercalate into the nucleotide and change those bonds.
If you direct enough of them at your body in a condensed area.
That doesn't. It's not how it works because it would just go through your body. There'd be nothing for it to oscillate into your body. You don't work at that wavelength.
Well, you're comprised of what, 70% water, 80% water. Like and water, they've shown that water, when exposed to frequency, freezes differently. And I genuinely think that being exposed to different frequencies alters the harmonics of your body.
Okay, I mean it's just there's no studies to show this. You know what I mean? So I mean,
No, I know. It's completely off the dome. I've done a
why?
lot of recursive research into AI, and this is essentially the conclusion that I've come to is this exactly, that a lot of this stuff is buried because it would lead to medical industries essentially losing a lot of profits.
No, it wouldn't be. So if you were right, think let's imagine in a world and you're correct. Radio wavelengths are creating these huge cancer beds that we can actually detect and that will actually change someone's DNA and it would alter their rate. You would be able to see crazy rates of cancer close to radio towers. You would be able to, it would be so obvious that we would have, it would be everywhere throughout the world, everywhere at the radio tower, there would be people dying of cancer. And the closer they are to these radio towers, you'd have more cancer. And we just don't see that, man. We don't see them.
What do you mean? There's many studies that have shown women who put their phone in their like area around their uterus can have more chance of cancer there because of all the frequencies that are right next to their pocket and stuff. And it's same with guys too. Testicular cancer is more likely if you're constantly keeping your phone in your pocket.
Dude, why? It doesn't make any sense. What study would? Can you link me a study? Can you give me a specific?
Look it up. I can't go off my live right now.
Wavelengths. Okay, study radio waves.
Just say phone causing cancer in pocket.
No, that's not how you do your. You go to Google Scholar, and then you put in radio waves cancer rates. A critical review of epidemiological studies of radio frequency exposure in human cancers. Okay, here we go. This is February 1999. A critical review of epidemiological studies. So that's the rate of like cancers.
That's a little outdated though, but okay.
Agreed. I mean, I agree with you, but this is they haven't been studying this, man, because the actual thing. Yeah, Google Scholar is basically crawls all the internet's all the libraries of all the publications so that you can see it's legit. This paper reviews studies that have assessed associations between likely exposure to radio frequency transmissions and various types of human cancer. These studies include 3 cluster investigations and 5 studies relating to general populations. All of these studies consider place of residence at the time of cancer diagnosis in regards to proximity to radio or television transmitters. There are also 5 relevant occupational cohort studies and several case control studies of particular types of cancer. These studies assessed a large number of possible associations, several positive associations suggesting an increased risk of some type of cancers in those who may have greater exposure to RF emissions have been reported. However, the results are inconsistent. There is no type of cancer that has been consistently associated with RF exposures. The epidemiological evidence falls short of the strength of consistency of evidence that is required to come to a reasonable conclusion that RF emissions are a likely cause or one or more types of human cancer. The evidence is weak in regards to its inconsistency, the design of the studies, the lack of detail on actual exposure, and the limitations of the study and their ability to deal with other likely relevant factors. So they didn't have, there's no data that they can link to.
I know. Well, partly because they haven't done a study recently exactly for that reason, because it is tying to cancer.
No, that's not how it works. That's not, no, you don't continue to study something that hasn't shown any evidence or
No.
You're not going to continue wasting money on a study that is shown to not work. You know what I mean? You're not going to. It would just be a waste of time and money.
That doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Because there's no mechanism of action that would. Or have humans changed? Has radio waves changed?
Yes.
Humans have changed.
The amount
How
of
have humans have changed?
The amount of radio waves have changed, and yes, humans have changed also biologically. Testosterone's been decreasing significantly over the last 60 years.
Do you think that humans have changed?
Birth rates are down.
So how would testosterone interact with radio waves in order to cause cancer?
I'm not saying that they necessarily do. I'm just saying humans have changed because of the culture we're living in.
They have not biologically changed, dude. They're not. That is not
Yes,
what's
they
happening.
have.
No, we have not. No.
How have we not? Because if testosterone has consistently declined since the Industrial Revolution, humans have significantly changed in the last 100 years.
I mean, those are how would you know the exact testosterone rates of people 200 years ago?
Look, they have the chart published of testosterone levels steadily decreasing for the last 100
rates,
years.
Men over time. I mean, I think that I have heard that. I have heard that the testosterone rates are decreasing. I think it's probably more attuned to obesity and causing obesity, because increased rates of fat along your stomach are actually going to be tied to decreases amount of testosterone. So I think that's way more likely of a mechanism rather than increase of radio waves.
I'm not saying that radio waves have caused a decrease in testosterone. I said the product of the environment has, which is basically the fact that
you even back that up with anything. So there's no study that you've linked. None of your Rife machines have been studied in order to actually use at all.
You just pulled up the chart showing that I was right about testosterone levels significantly decreasing over the last 100 years.
Again, people have gotten more morbidly obese. You have to link them together. You know, it has
I
also, you know, it's also correlated with the decrease in
what
of testosterone, the
what
increase of Google Chrome usage. So obviously,
exactly
more Google Chrome usage means less testosterone, right?
exactly. You're just proving my point. But I'm
Oh
saying
my
the
God, are you
environment has
serious?
caused.
I was kidding, bro. Jesus Christ. The fact that you actually think that that's actually something is really telling. You're really
They're correlated.
they
It's
are
a product of
correlated.
the.
That is not causation, bro. That is not. This is like philosophy of science 101, man.
Okay, so then would it be causation if we say Google Chrome while eating a McDonald's burger while not going outside in the sun? Like
While
that's
morbidly
causation
obese,
then?
while morbidly obese, yeah. I mean, that's like a big thing. Do you realize that morbid obesity is tied with decreased testosterone? Did you know
Yes,
that?
I'm fully aware that your muscles break down fat.
No, 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 no. If you accumulate fat along your midsection as a man, your testosterone will decrease. And people that have genetically disposed to carry more weight along their stomach section are more linked to having lower testosterone.
Correct.
Okay, so you agree with genetics there. So that's
Yes,
good.
I
Sweet.
never said I didn't agree with genetics.
Well, you did. Yeah, you did. You said it's not gene therapy that wouldn't actually work because it's not doing the frequencies and the.
I never attacked gene therapy.
Well, you said it
I
wasn't
just said
causing the root
it's
issue, the root cause of the harmonics of the cell or something.
I'm just saying gene therapy doesn't gene therapy is reactive, preventative would be the frequency is what I'm getting at.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, without a study or any like way of like linking it to you, I mean, what other things like? I mean, I'm just curious. Do you think that like germ theory is real? Do you think viruses are real?
Oh yeah, viruses are real.
A flat Earth?
No, I'm neither round nor flat.
Okay, so you deny a globe, Earth?
No,
Well, what's the
I
shape
just
of the
don't.
Earth?
I don't know. I think it's more of a realm that we live in, to be honest with
A
you.
realm?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Evolution? Think evolution happened?
Yeah, but something came in along the way. I don't know what it was. Something gave us the ability to hear our thoughts and know what we're thinking about. Like where I'm generating my crazy, probably preposterous thoughts to you right now is just off the dome, and whatever's causing me to precognitively say these words. I think that that was not a natural development in evolution. Whatever happened there.
Are you a solipsist? Do you think that I am a creation of your brain right now?
No, I think we're all a collective conscious.
Hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
You,
What's your theory? Are you like religious or no?
no.
Atheist?
I'm just a materialist, man. I think that there's the material reason why everything exists, and we can investigate that and learn about that through science.
Oh, so you're. Do you think that anything from a science perspective has been suppressed in any way to keep some industries alive?
I think that definitely like during like feudalism and theocracies like did suppress science absolutely, right? Because it was an independent road of investigation that could impugn the integrity of the entire institution, right? So yeah, science was suppressed then, but the idea that there are current fields of science that are completely suppressed in order to keep profits alive, or it would have to be a global conspiracy where all scientists and all these pharma companies are all working in cohort together, and it's nonsense. There's no way, man.
Yeah, I mean, it is pretty elaborate to think of.
I mean, I would have to be in
Uh,
on it. I would have to be in on it, right? I mean, there's no way. I mean,
Would you really though?
For sure. Yeah, because I have every personal and financial reason in order to blow the lid on something like that. Like, I have all the knowledge and the expertise in order to call BS on these guys and to actually understand what would actually be happening. And it would make me the most famous scientist in the world, the richest scientist in the world. I'd be one of the most famous scientists ever if I had disproved evolution, for example. Like legitimately, there's in every single new wave of science and scientists is basically having that self-critical peer review process. So that's kind of like why it's so strong, and that we replicate science as we go forward, but also kind of like self-validate new claims.
You think that there's any energy that has been suppressed? Like, do you think that we still need to be on the oil-based way of movement and transportation?
I mean, this is interesting. I mean, I did work for algae biofuels. Like that was, I've actually dedicated my life. Hey, Noamis, how's it going? I mean, I've dedicated my life into try to minimizing the ways that humans have a negative impact on the globe. So, I started my scientific career 16 years ago in an algae biofuels lab trying to like create a renewable and sustainable fuel. And I do think that, like, genuinely, I if you want to talk about like a conspiracy, I mean, I do think that we could actually have a renewable and sustainable fuel production for the entire United States that's actually made through algae, but that is kind of suppressed in the way that we fund and through tax breaks these oil companies and give them tens of billions of dollars every year. And we got lucky to get $10 billion as an algae biofuels industry. And that got ripped from us, by the way, from the Inflation Reduction Act. So it got spent in the Inflation Reduction Act, and we had that money, and then Trump ripped that money away from us to give it to billionaires. So
Oh,
yeah,
do you mind if I go on a just real quick? Because you're not a Trump guy at all, are you? I take
absolutely
it.
not. Yeah.
Okay, good. That's funny. Okay, so my whole theory right now, I don't know how familiar you are with like the companies that are involved at the higher levels right now, like Palantir, which just came out of nowhere, and the fact that they're all backing JD Vance and the whole pipeline of Trump, JD Vance, Pete Hegseth, and there's just like this technocratic AI state that they're trying to implement, and Musk is involved in it as well. It's
Sure.
actually pretty comical because they just got this like ridiculous script they're trying to fulfill right now. It's just hilarious to me that they think they can do it.
Oh, you tabbed out. There you go. You're back. You said they think they can do it, and then you cut off. Oh, I didn't work for Trump. I mean, the science industry got axed, not me personally.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go
All right,
ahead,
man.
Signal. You said you're talking about Palantir, and then you're talking about JD Vance, and then you cut off. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I got my time limit on my phone for the day because I try to
Okay.
set a timer on TikTok, but I never
Uh,
listen to it. I just click like skip for the day.
Dude, that's good
But
for mental health. That's good.
yeah, I don't know where I cut off exactly, but I think it's pretty crazy because they're banking on the fact that no one sees them doing this, and
Mm.
it's going to get to a point where people just stop listening to the government overall if it keeps going down this route.
Okay.
Um, but I don't know. I'm curious your thoughts on what the state of everything in that area right now.
Well, yeah, dude. I mean, Maha and they are the government right now, right? They are the institutions. The anti-vaxxers are on all the vaccine panels. They have anti-climate change people, in
The
the
CDC
EPA.
yesterday, the
Yeah,
five CDC people or whatever it
it's
was.
awful. It's atrocious, and they're also defunding all of science. As an institution, like all that funding is actually like going away. I mean, that's what people are alluding to in chat that like basically got laid off last week because the money that's not going to the universities, like universities aren't spending that. So then the companies that give them services are now they're having problems with, and our entire San Diego site got shut down. So it was like 25-year biotech that in San
Dude,
Diego
that's
that all
crazy.
got shut down. And there's a lot of other, I know dozens of people and all these different other scientific companies, all, it's, yeah, it's really sad what's going on.
Yeah, man, I 100% agree because there's a lot of guys like you, and I can tell that you're really intelligent and you're good at in your field and everything. And
Thank you.
it just sucks for me to see that, and where my personal belief comes in here, and you'll disagree with me on this, but I genuinely think there is some sort of leash or collar on what things can actually become available in the medical field because they require band-aids, not solutions.
Hmm.
And you'll just have to bear with me for just 1 second. But I think essentially what it is if you, for example, let's say someone did find the cure for cancer, whether it was targeted cell therapy like your thought process was on earlier, or even something else. Let's say it's a vaccine that prevents cancer, which would be crazy, but let's say that's hypothetically possible. That would then uproot multiple billion-dollar industries related to chemotherapy, all of the stuff in that. So my whole theory, like you mentioned with oil kind of suppressing and cutting off money to keep those agendas going, I think that there is certain leashes that they don't let loose on the top of the medical industry.
Okay.
But I don't think it's anything like the 99% of the people in the medical industry are great. And you guys are extremely intelligent. I just think that there's a loop at the top that prevents any real breakthrough from happening.
Okay, so I think I can clear something up for you, man. Like legitimately, it's a really common misunderstanding that a lot of people have. So, like, I totally understand why you got this problem. The legitimate breakthroughs that happen in cancer research don't happen at the pharmaceutical companies. So there's like the fundamental research that is done into the underlying mechanisms. These happen at the university level. So this is the NSF, this is the NIH. These are all the fundings of how things work inside the cell, how the how everything works in terms of how the cell works, how the protein works, all that kind of stuff. So once that is actually done and that is actually developed, then people use and translate that into a patent, and then that patent goes into a company. So the biotech or whatever the startup goes from that, and that is where the invention or the science turns into a technology, and then that technology gets better through engineering. So any type of breakthrough in cancer or an ability to kill all these cancer cells at once, it actually comes at the university levels. It's not going to come at the pharmaceutical company stage. So like a good example of this is the GLP-1 agonists that everyone has. So the Ozempics and all that kind of stuff. That's actually that was 20 years, 25 years of metabolic research that was done at universities. And we're talking into like Gila monsters. So they're like Gila monsters, and how these lizards basically, like how their metabolism works, and that we did that fundamental research into GLP-1 agonists, and then now that GLP-1 agonist, oh, thank you, that GLP-1 agonist framework, or how those cells kind of like interact with the larger metabolic system. Now that's being translated into a product by Eli Lilly and all these other pharmaceutical companies that are adding on to it. So they're like adding multi-purpose GLP-1 agonists. Now they're doing 1, 2, or 3 different types. They're changing all the different types of pathways and that kind of stuff. So what you're talking about, like for example, I did this, man. I actually made a cell in my undergrad years. I helped a project making an algae cell that had an anti-cancer drug that was made inside the chloroplast. And the whole point was to make it so that you could theoretically, like have your own cancer drug made for yourself inside an algae pond or a photobioreactor at your house. And we did that.
That's
We,
cool.
we took the immunotoxin out. I purified it personally. I introduced it into mice, and we killed non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1. Those breakthroughs happen, but they happen at like the university, not at the pharmaceutical company. They did try to make it and spin it off into a startup, but it was just, it got blocked. It wasn't funded at the stage 3 level. We needed like $10 billion, and it got funded at like 6. So it's
So, so why don't you think it got funded though? Then, if it had that level of success rate.
yeah, basically that type of gene therapy, it's so tightly regulated, and the fact that they would rather have like a more inefficient system basically and create it inside of yeasts or bacteria at a lower rate and like the lower efficiency than try a whole new host with algae that they aren't tuned for and they aren't working with. So it was actually a really interesting way of like, I was like, dang, like, if you're talking about billions of dollars, it's actually easier to scale up on something that 99.999% versus something that you're 75% sure on, and that there's more wiggle room in the process. It's actually an engineering question and a fermentation question.
So why hasn't this become available then for the public?
Yeah, I mean, so the immunotoxins and stuff are. So the immunotoxins are, it was just that we made it inside of an algae for the first time because then that was the breakthrough. So, that's the kind of thing. So it's not like suppressed in the fact that it's not available. It's just that it wasn't funded because the efficiency wasn't there and the company didn't make it because it just didn't work.
But if the efficiency wasn't there, but it was still at 75%, don't you think some people would rather opt into something like that instead of chemotherapy or radiation, for example?
It's more about the drug company and like the money investment that they have, and then trying to have making as much immunotoxin as possible, and knowing that we can have a host that we know better, and we can make it at a more efficient rate than trying a whole new host with algae that they didn't have any experience with. So it's like would you do a race car in you could do like let's say you're a race car driver and you have an F2 car and you're an F2 race car driver and you're the world champion F2 race car driver, and
Yep.
you were trying to win another race, and this was like the world championship. You needed to race another one. And if you wanted to race someone that had a faster F2 car than you, then sometimes maybe the better goal would be to actually use like the same F2 car that you're normally ready and already know 100%, and where you can actually push it, versus putting you into an F1 car that is faster theoretically, but you don't know it as well. You don't know where you can push it as well. You don't know how it handles. You don't know like the intricacies of it. And you might just wreck it on the first corner with the F1 car, and then that's it. Versus the F2 car, better. You can push it. You can figure it out. Does that make sense?
I get where you're going with it, but in that analogy though, if you're truly going for like the actual least cause damage. So obviously if you do radiation and chemotherapy and all of that stuff, like that destroys your body. Wouldn't you think that a lot of this other stuff, like you just said, this yeast-based anti-cancer cell, wouldn't that essentially be a lot better of an alternative that people would want to take a chance with right away than like just blasting themselves with chemo?
It basically comes down to not the molecule, but like the way that the molecule is produced. And once the molecule is produced, then it's like the same technology, and the gene therapy is all the same. But it's just how and why the protein is actually being produced, and sometimes it's better for these companies when they have they have an investment that it's less risky of an investment for them. And you have to realize that biotech is like the riskiest of an investments, bro. It is insane. So like you have like regular startups, like 90% of startups fail. But then like 90% of successful biotechs fail. So it's like you could have the science on your side, you could have a good product on your side, you could have everything on your side, and it's just your company still goes under. So it's really, really, really tough, dude. It's really super risky. Investors hate like spending money on biotechs in general, especially when like rates right now where it's really high. Like people don't want to invest into biotechs.
Yeah. CapEx is very low in environments like this. But
Exactly. Exactly.
to your point, though, I think that kind of, and this is where you'll probably disagree with me, but I think your entire summary and synopsis you just did there, I think that plays into kind of where I was going with the fact that the industry norm stays the same,
Mm-hmm.
even if there could be better alternatives, just because of the fact that it's known and you know what I mean? Like it's a Honda Civic that's just going to run for 200,000 miles
Mm-hmm.
versus like, oh, we could try something brand new that might be way better, and then we could just work on that engine a little bit more. But I feel like we just stick with the old, which might not be the most long-term beneficial decision that could be made for the industry.
You're right, and this is why, like again, so this is why the and Sweet Caroline completely was right. It's the fact is that this is actually why we fund these revolutionary things. Like what we did wasn't revolutionary in the fact that it wasn't like a brand new cancer treatment, you know, or gene therapy. Like CRISPR, it would be a better example of something that is actually revolutionary and actually being funded and actually being used right now everywhere. And that's why we fund these things at the public level because they aren't profitable for decades. They like it's too risky. There's no profit being made. So that's why we fund basic and fundamental science research at the public level because they can take those risks. They can take those risks and they do take those risks and they fail and that's okay and that's actually really important. So because a lot of research science, man, but people don't realize and as working as a scientist, but like when you're on the cutting edge of research, man, 95% of your experiments fail. Like for real, they fail. That's why you have controls. That's why you have all these different types of tests. Like if something goes right, your first inclination is like, how did I screw this up? Like there's no way that it actually was the thing that I thought. And versus once it reproduces and you can actually have that thing that you can reproduce over and over again, you're like, what is going on? Actually, I'm starting to understand this process. It's incredible. It is very depressing. It is very tough. Actually doing science is very tough, but that's why we have to fund it, man, publicly. And that's why this is why it's so bad what Trump is doing in that we actually have funded some of these programs for decades. And then now we're chopping them off at the feet right when they're about to finish, right when these new technologies are about to go through the finish line and they're actually being able to create a new product and actually maybe revolutionize something, like, wow, like what an awful thing. Like what is the GLP-1 agonist that is just 5 years from being finished and that is being cut down right now? That's what I worry about. And we're doing that across the, she does Southeast. Thank you. We're doing it across the board. So it's awful.
Yeah. Well, where it's going is it's going towards a 10 billion investment in Intel for no reason. But basically, to your point though, I think my personal opinion is that's by design. They choose by design not to spend government money on that and instead spend it on funding wars in Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
But I think we actually have a lot more in common than you probably think we do. Like I genuinely do agree with 100% of what you just said.
Okay.
But it's like there's allocation issues at the government level of they're giving money for wars and all of this stuff that's just keeping the cycle going instead of trying to break the cycle. And what I mean by break the cycle, I mean actually cause betterment of life for people, like funding these bio advancements like you're talking about, funding the energy like you had talked about with the algae. And it's just they choose to keep the loop going of scarcity instead of abundance.
Yeah. Well, man, you're always welcome. People are always welcome in chat that disagree. I love it. Like intelligent discontent is the mainspring of civilization. It is either agitation or stagnation. So I appreciate you being here. And you'd actually get along with some of our regular guests a lot. So, I have a lot of people that talk about photobiofeedback machines and all that kind of stuff on, and that we go through it a lot. So, I'm still trying to figure out a study that you guys can point to, but I'm just gonna give someone else a chance to get in here. So, dude, thank you for hopping on. I appreciate it.
Yeah, man.
Awesome. Have a good one,
Thanks,
man.
brother. Have a good night.
You too. All right, Jen and then Nico.
Hello, can you
Hi,
hear?
Jen. How's it going?
It's going fine. I actually wanted to come up here and thank you
Oh, wow.
because yesterday I caught your intense conversation about vaccines.
Okay, yeah.
And so I'm a trauma ICU nurse. I've been a trauma ICU nurse for 15 years, and I'm almost done with my master's degree to be an acute care gerontological nurse practitioner.
Oh, wow.
And I'm tired, Dr. Greg, of I'm tired of this nonsense with the
Yeah.
vaccines. And I truly, truly worry about what RFK Jr. is going to come out with next because it's just so terrible. But I wish more people would listen to science and people like you so that we didn't have overflowing patients with
Yeah.
preventable viral diseases in our hospitals. And it's just really sad that that all of this is so preventable, but they just are so susceptible to the propaganda.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's man, thank you. Thank you. My mom's a nurse. I have family members that are nurses, and you guys are on the front lines, and I truly from the bottom of my heart like appreciate what you do. And I think it's a shame how and I just want to recognize like what the nursing community went through during the pandemic, because I don't think that people actually do recognize how people got deployed basically for months on end, didn't see their own family so that they could spend time in different departments that they weren't actually in, and they went and transferred to other departments so that they could be with people, they could take care of people with COVID. And I think that the nursing community didn't get the recognition that you guys deserve, for how awesome and selfless and amazing you guys were. And I know that there's so many people in the nursing community that still have PTSD from what happened. And so I just want to say I recognize you, and I thank you so much.
Yeah. It was rough. I had to take 3 months off for just burnout after that. But I think for me, the hardest thing was watching patients, succumb alone. And we there were so many of them that we couldn't be in every room. But you had doctors holding patients' hands until they passed away, nurses. Yeah, so like the family members weren't allowed into the hospital because it was too risky. So that was really hard to watch. So
Yeah, it's really tough. I can't imagine. I mean, it's unimaginable. I think it's public health is one of those tragedy of the commons things where we don't know how important it is until you just can't do things that are so mainstay in your life. Like, wow, like going to a concert, with 100,000 people, or like a music festival that, a bunch of people aren't getting the measles at, or, you listen to the stories of like your grandparents and stuff talking about polio. You guys, you talk to your grandparents, see if they had friends that what it was like during that scare. And it was just people were afraid of their kids just going outside because they would come in and say, "Mommy, mommy, my legs are tingling," and they just had this fear of like, "Oh my gosh, now my kid has polio," and it's so sad. So it's
and like, if you ever think about like if we had during the time of polio, if we had the mindset of the people of today back then, how much worse it would have been.
Yeah,
And it was
crazy?
bad.
What's crazy is that the polio vaccine was actually, so the first batches were actually they had a live attenuated, and then they also had an inactivated one. I
Right.
forget which one it was, but one of them wasn't inactivated enough or something like that. And like 10% of people that got the polio vaccine actually did get polio and died. So like the numbers were like in the first batches were atrocious, and people still lined up around the block, and they still kept going with it because they were still like the numbers were just still like way on the side of getting the vaccine and how much safer it was. So it's just, yeah, you're exactly right. The amount of disinformation about vaccines is crazy. I was actually talking to my wife about this, where it was like, I didn't think that a big part of my science communication on this channel would be about vaccines, to be honest with you. But it's like kind of presented itself because it is a way to take scientific thinking and rigor and apply it to your own life. And it's like such a way that you can improve your life, the people around you's life, you can improve your community. And I really do feel like it's the bedrock principle of public health that we have in our society. Just how I think, like, fundamentally, like as the civics side, we should be voting, right? That should be the fundamental level. Like for public health, fundamentally, everyone should be vaccinated.
I'm putting on a free vaccine talk with two of the ICU doctors that worked through COVID for the community that I live in, because the mindset is just crazy. I mean, I remember people going to the feed store and bringing back ivermectin and told the physicians, give it to my mom. And we're like, no, we're not.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I mean,
No.
it actually is wild to me, the physicians that were complacent and stuff with it. And it is really an interesting mindset where, because they know that placebos do work, and they do know that, and they're so scared. Like the physicians kind of are petrified of the naturopaths, because they know that if someone is looking towards ivermectin or some type of like green tea subscription in order to cure them from all their cancers or whatever, you know, they're almost already lost to medicine. So if they castigate them for seeking out these alternative solutions, now they're even further from the medical community, right? They're even further from real medicine. And who are they going to go to? Well, they're going to go to the naturopaths, and they don't do medicine. So now it's like legitimate harm for these people. So I think a lot of physicians kind of, they don't push back when they should be, I think, maybe. But they're doing it for the betterment of the patient.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I just like, it's just funny because I do get up on a lot of lives and a lot of it is political, but they think that they'll say like, oh, Jen sounds vaxxed with all her boosters. And I'm like, yeah, why is that a bad thing again?
Yeah.
Or the ventilators killed the patients. You put them on ventilators, they all died. No, that's not how it works. It's just crazy to listen to people who think that they know medicine all of a sudden. And I mean, like, I mean, I've been in school feels like forever, and I don't even, I feel so small compared to those that have really dug deep into their education with medicine, and it's just crazy.
You're on the right side of the curve for the Dunning-Kruger curve. You know what I mean? Where it is. I feel the same way. I feel that my 8-year-old asked me when I got my PhD in microbiology, "Do you know all the microbiology, Dad? Like, do you know everything?" I'm like, "No, dude. Like, you're out of your mind. Like, there's so much I don't know. Like, that's the thing. I don't. You know, once you have expertise in something, it's really like it's an awe-inspiring thing, you know, that how much there is more to learn, and how much there it's an endless sea of information that you can better yourself with and educate yourself with, and it's a lifetime of learning. And that's the problem, I feel like, with a lot of these naturopaths and stuff, where it's like their minds are made up. They're never wrong. They're never held accountable. And when they are they really going to tell you that green tea doesn't cure your cancer? Because that's $100 a month subscription that they're going to lose. So they're actually financially indebted to you personally. And at the same time, they're going to sit there and they're going to bemoan about pharmaceutical company profits when the pharmaceutical company isn't the same as your physician, which is exactly what the naturopaths are. The naturopaths are physician, or sorry, a grifter plus a medicine, which is not medicine, right? It's a green tea. They're all in one. Versus at least the pharmaceutical company and the physician are two separate entities. Versus the grifter and the fake, the fake person that's trying to heal you. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
oh no, absolutely. And when I have patients, in working with patients, I never want to say, "Well, don't do that," because
Mm-hmm.
that's not my choice. They have bodily autonomy, and they can choose whatever they want to do with their body. I always tell them, though, no one's saying don't go to the naturopathy, but don't. I think that it would be smart to have both together. You have a doctor and the naturopathy, and that way you get the best of both worlds, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, because you are right, those that are deep into that, it's very difficult to get them to agree to like a care plan even.
Yeah. Yeah. It's tough. I do think that, a really adherence to I don't think that there's alternative medicine and medicine. I think that you just have medicine and you have things that haven't been proven yet. And once they are proven, then you incorporate it into medicine. So a lot of the stuff that does work in these alternative paths, if anyone was interested in them, they are going to be incorporated, guys. Your physician is going to think about them and know about them. It's not going to be some crazy thing that they haven't thought of, that it's like, oh man, you're right, alkaline water, having, pH 9 water going into your super low pH stomach. That's what we needed this entire time. If it was that's the case, then there would be studies to corroborate it, and of course they would incorporate it. So these physicians have trained their entire lives in order to try to help you and try to understand things. And right now it's just an attack on the institutions of science, the institutions of medicine. Anti-intellectualism is coming for everyone, and it really is a huge problem in that we have the CDC now pushing that we're going to have them pushing out vaccine disinformation in September. They're going to come out with some type of study or something that links the vaccine to autism. Most assuredly, we have the White House pushing out propaganda about how the lab leak, which is completely debunked and not a single piece of scientific evidence has ever shown that the lab leak was real. They're pushing that out. We have the executive orders saying that every single piece of scientific funding has to align perfectly with Trump's personal ideas and what he personally believes. So we're not even going with science anymore, guys. We're just going with what our dear leader approves of, and it's going to hurt people. People are going to die from this, and we're going to have decades of research that are stymied.
Yeah. I mean, it's fascism. Let's just be 100% honest.
100%, 100%.
It's
Yeah.
fascism. Yeah, I today saw that they stopped funding brain cancer research for children. And my father passed away from glioblastoma. And,
Sorry.
yeah, so that that's a terminal diagnosis, guys. And so
Yeah.
there's no cure. We need to find a cure because kids get it and adults get it. And the average, what is it now, like 12 months, 12 to 18 months is your survival with surgery, 6
Yeah.
months with no surgery. So it's just really sad. And I'm working in healthcare. It's going to be a scary time,
Yeah. Yeah, I got
So,
people that are anonymous in chat that are I'm very fortunate. They're actually working at the CDC, DMing me, talking to me, and it's wild. Honestly, it's crazy, guys. I did, but here we were talking about someone in chat was talking about how red light therapy was going to cure some glioblastoma. So I looked into the actual treatments of actual glioblastoma, and there are gene therapy approaches that are helping the longevity, like the 3+ year prognosis is increasing now because of those approaches. So, yeah, so it is that is a sliver of light, hopefully.
yeah, there's like a cap you put on, and it changes the electrical, the electrical something within the tumor cell wall, so it can't multiply or something like that. My dad did a vaccine trial at UCSF, and
Nice.
of course it was double blind, so we don't know what he got, but anyways, well, it was very nice talking to you.
Thank you.
And thank you for what you do, because the
Thank you.
education is so important. And I really appreciate you doing what you do to educate the masses.
No,
So,
thank you, Jen. Thank you for
Okay.
what you do. Thank you. You're in the trenches and you're making a direct impact and benefit to people's lives. So thank you. I appreciate you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Okay,
All right.
have a good
See ya.
evening.
All right. So we got Nico and this Miss Brown Horchata. Nico,
Hey,
what's
Doc.
up, bro?
It's going. I wanted to share something with you. So, you heard of Moore's Law, right?
Yeah, the idea that is Moore's Law.
So
It's
Moore's
the
Law,
Intel co-founder that the number of transistors on a microchip roughly doubles every 2 years. Wasn't the CEO of NVIDIA saying that they're actually outpacing Moore's Law by substantial amounts right now?
yeah, yeah. I think they found like a software workaround. But yeah, so Moore's Law is like, and I think everyone is accustomed to Moore's Law, being that technology just gets so much better and cheaper, right? In just like a 2 year period of time. Pharmaceuticals actually obey something. They obey the opposite of Moore's law. They actually spell more backwards, which is E-room. Can you look up the E-room's law? And I would love for you to read that, because it's
Weird.
a really fascinating concept that I think people don't appreciate, especially people that claim that there's like an agenda to slow down research.
Yeah. Okay, we're trying. Eroom's law describes the trend where the cost of biopharmaceutical research and development has exponentially increased over decades, leading to a decline in the number of new drugs approved per unit of spending, in contrast to the exponential decrease in cost and increase of capabilities observed in computing with Moore's law. This trend is attributed to factors like the higher bar for new drugs, the better than the Beatles problem. I don't understand what that is. Increased regulatory scrutiny, reliance on complex target-based research, and changes in research strategies. While the law predicted continued cost increases, the past decade has shown signs of stabilization or even a potential reversal, with new technologies and strategies aiming to improve R&D productivity. That totally makes sense to me. I mean, the idea that there would be, you'd have to have basically a paradigm shift in order to try to have an exponential increase, but there would always be kind of like the current set of research, and then it would be harder and harder in order to make breakthroughs with the current research that exists. And then once that new technology is there, then the paradigm shift is there. Then it's like, okay, knocking out all the easy changes. Like the big thing is with CRISPR, right? So CRISPR, gene editing, we're single nucleotide changing now humans, and they're actually doing that with single nucleotide variants in diseases. So if you had like PKU and stuff like that, we're actually being able to change those genomes now. So those are like the easiest ones that we can, take apart, right? So, and then as the diseases, we can do more, we can hit more diseases, but it's going to take more time to develop a better CRISPR that can be even more precise, because you're making more edits, and then you have to make sure that you're maybe even introducing DNA, and then you want to make sure that the insertions aren't going into other places in the genome, and there's tons of stuff that needs to be developed. But since we have CRISPR and we can make those single changes, now there's going to be a huge increase in what we can do, and then just kind of like a stabilization and then stable downwards after that.
Yeah, and in general, the way that I've heard this described is that every 9 years, the cost of launching a drug doubles.
Yeah.
So it's now currently in the billions to launch any
Yeah.
drug.
Oh yeah, that's what we had with the immunotoxin stuff in the algae. It was like in the order of billions. I think we had to order it was like $6 billion or something. It was crazy.
Yeah, so it's a really big deal. A lot of work needs to go into it. But I thought that was interesting because I also felt like, especially with like anxiety medication or depression medication, like
Hmm.
we're still kind of dealing with this Gen 2 stuff. But one last thing I wanted to say is Joe Rogan had this scientist on today called Gary Nolan, and
Yeah, yeah,
Joe
you were
Rogan is
talking about.
typically a big vaccine denier guy.
Unless the
But
guy
as
knows
soon
what
as
they're talking about in front of him, then it's like then he doesn't know how to
exactly,
push back.
but
Yeah,
also what the scientist was saying, he's a scientist out of Stanford. He was saying that the next wave of cancer treatments or preventative cancer vaccines actually are starting to hit the market, the regulation pipeline, and they come in the form of mRNA vaccines,
yeah.
right? And
Hmm.
it's funny to see Joe's mentality shift from, oh, you can cure cancer with this thing. Like, it's a very different,
Exactly.
very, very different mindset change, but
Yeah,
it's the
dude.
same vehicle, the same concept, right?
Yeah, it's just it's better. Like it degrades quicker in the body, guys. Like the tools are there and then they go away. Versus DNA, then it can integrate into the genome possibly, which has its own problems. Like you want to avoid if you're actually like delivering DNA if you can. If you're going to deliver genetic mutation material, you're going to want to do it with RNA. Even better yet, you actually deliver the protein. So you deliver the protein wholesale, and then but the problem is that it's big. So CRISPR altogether is like 10 nanometers in size. So then you're limited. So you're limited to like which channels you can go through in the cellular membrane and all that kind of stuff. Versus if you have a lipid nanoparticle, which is a bunch of lipid fat cells kind of, and that's globbing onto this DNA, and then now it kind of like has a way and a mechanism in order to actually get into into the cell a lot easier. So once you're inside the cell, then it's easier to be transcribed, translated into protein. So if you want to get into the most cells, you're gonna want to deliver nucleotides. So that's the big thing, and it's a lot easier because of our technology. In order to make things, make nucleotides, we can make it outside of the cell really easily. In vitro transcription is a lot easier than having to make a bunch of yeast or make a bunch of bacteria in order to make more plasmid and then change the plasmid. And then it's easier just to like have that RNA, synthesize the right sequence that you want, transcribe it, boom, you're done. So it's a lot better. That's why
Yeah,
it's used
right
more
on.
often.
Yeah, and one last thing I want to say is I've been working with some pharmaceutical companies,
Mhm.
and one thing that they told me is that out of 10 drugs they launch, they expect one to succeed.
Dang.
And so that's like $30 billion
Yeah,
of money they're throwing at it. And so like that business model is such a crappy business model, right?
it's true.
But they're playing it, and I really think it should be subsidized by the government and not paid by individuals. But in
I don't
general,
know,
it
man.
is.
I feel like the FDA like requiring these pharmaceutical companies in order to pay their own way, like through the FDA approval process. I mean, it is limiting in the fact that like our biotech or whatever, the immunotoxin thing didn't get through. But at the same time, it's like, Pfizer, like I don't want to pay for Pfizer's like drug trials. They're a huge company and they should be profitable in order to pay for that anyway. So as I've kind of like grown and I've understood more of the process, I guess I'm more and more okay with them funding that's what they're talking about, guys. When people say the pharmaceutical companies fund the FDA, they're basically saying that the pharmaceutical companies are paying their own way on these trials, which is think about it the other way though. Would you guys be okay with your tax money going in order to fund the FDA trials for Pfizer's new drug? Like that doesn't seem right either. So now we're
Well,
subsidizing Pfizer. I don't like
it
that.
was interesting because I don't know if you remember this, but Joe Biden was trying to open source all the mRNA vaccines for
Hmm.
COVID. Do you remember that?
Oh, really? I,
Yeah, he
I
was
thought it
trying to
was.
open source it, and then Bill Gates actually
Yeah.
said, no, don't do that
I just heard
because
about this.
you're then killing their incentive entirely. And so one alternative would be like, okay, if you want it to really be cheaper or accessible, then the government has to remove the risk of them, paying their whole way to get there.
Yeah.
So it is an interesting like kind of game theory or like a different economics because it is big money for sure.
Oh,
But
Addy, I
anyways,
totally
man,
agree with you. Like it is very strict. It is very strict, and there's a lot of like hoops that you have to pass through. That's why they're so expensive, right? That's why all these trials
yeah,
are so expensive, is because they're so strict, and that's why the FDA is notoriously so cautious. By the way, so our FDA, it like lets very few things through. There's a lot of drugs, that I know of personally. Like I had a professor who was a chemist that created basically Tylenol polymers so that they would have localized Tylenol, so anti-inflammatory, right at the site of the glue, and that never got approved by the FDA, but it's all throughout the world and used everywhere else.
yeah. Well, yeah, man, right on. Yeah, looking forward to the rest of the show.
Nice, cool. Thanks, Nico. Thanks for hopping on.
Yep.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
Have a good one,
See you.
man. Always good talking
You
to you.
too.
Okay, Addy. Yeah, I agree with you. Okay, Miss Brown Horchata. Oh, I said okay. There you go. Hi, how's it going? Oh, it's okay. We're just away from the phone. Hi.
Oh, hello. Sorry.
Oh, don't
Sorry,
be.
sorry.
It's okay. All good. How are
Hi,
you?
Dr. Greg. Not nice meeting you.
Yeah, nice talking to you.
So you can call me Leslie. My name is Leslie.
Hi, Leslie.
I think that the work that you're doing, it's very. It can be right now. It can be even dangerous because people can see you as some sort of like the enemy of a person who's trying to, you know, I don't know. I don't know what people think that, yeah, I understand that, of course, in the past, there has been people who have, you know, like being experimented, yeah, of course, science can, like, there can be changes in science, but we're getting there, of course,
Yeah.
we're trying. So regarding the vaccines, look, I was born outside the United States, and my parents had to spend a lot of money to get my sister and I very like vaccinated, you know? So I think people just kind of don't see that whatever work that it's done, research, it actually has an impact outside the United States, like
Interesting. Yeah.
how, yeah. So for example, I saw by my own, like I personally saw a person who was affected by polio
Oh,
in the
wow.
night, in the early 2000s. Like it's a like she is a friend of my parents, and I saw that it crippled her, like
Dang.
she what it does, right? Like
Yeah.
what happens to
The iron lung and
your
everything. Yeah.
in your bones specifically. So and then, and I see that here in the United States, this is eradicated, right? Like people don't have to worry about getting, I don't know, polio, and how expensive it is for other people outside this country to even get vaccinated, like, and I think we take that for granted here, that you can get that for free. You can get your vaccines for free. I remember that when I came to the United States, like the government has very strict regulations to like to upcoming people, like people who are getting into the country. you need to get vaccinated for measles, for chicken pox, like and
Yeah.
all of that. I think people don't see that kind of like that other side of how the government, yes, it gives you the right to do, you have the right to do whatever you want with your own body,
Yeah.
but there are other people that are in this, like, that are getting into this country, that they have to follow protocol. We don't have any other, we don't have any choice. You're getting you're getting vaccinated for measles. I think they even like gave me chicken pox and a few others, you know
Wow.
so and we don't have any other say about it. Like, we have to get it. There's no way that we cannot say no, because and then they deny entrance to us.
Wow.
So, but so when we're coming to the United States and we enter, our communities, people shouldn't be worried that we are going to spread something,
Yeah.
because there are regulations, especially for kids. Even if you have to go to like a public school, and they know and they see your records that that you're coming from another country, they will be like, you need to get vaccinated right away, and you need to show me that you got vaccinated. And I live in a big city, like I live in LA, and I saw, like, look, I think vaccines have, I had never gotten chicken pox.
Yeah.
Even though I grew up outside the United States, my parents got me the chicken pox vaccine. I had never gotten, but here I come, and then I'm in this country, and then I see that parents are, deliberately not vaccinating their
Yeah,
children.
doing chickenpox
And
parties. You're like, what are you doing?
exactly. So, and I'm like, have you, like, I think people don't realize that the older you are, chickenpox can be deadly to you as an adult, because like it's very interesting on how your body cannot, like, basically fight chickenpox. So yeah, that's something that I did want to say, that yeah, just remember that whatever is discovery that we do, whatever like COVID is the best example.
Yeah.
Just understand that there are other people around the world who depend on the United States to come with this basically research, because it's not only about us, it's about how, like, basically this research go to other countries, and we're saving children, we're
Yeah.
saving, like, I saw, I saw how one of my classmates, passed away because he got measles and chickenpox at the
Oh
same
my
time.
gosh. Yeah, measles is
So
a real bad one. It basically, if you don't know, it actually wipes out your entire immune system's bank. So the bank of all the antibodies and everything that you have just gets wiped out. So
exactly.
so now you're susceptible to everything all again. I mean, that is wildly bad, guys. You do not want that at all. Wow, what a
Yeah.
unique perspective. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
this way. Like I really I knew, the CDC is the golden standard, at least it was for so
Yeah, of course.
long, and it was,
It's
f-
like basically the northern star for other people. Like whatever the CDC said,
yeah,
whatever studies like the CDC would release,
yeah,
that would be, something that can save many lives, not only here but outside. Like,
yeah.
one fact that happened, like the person who actually developed, like, the how COVID vaccines work. The United States deported that person.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So those are little things that I wish people would see. The other perspectives will be open to listen. I will never wish on anyone to have a preventable disease.
I know
you know
exactly. I know.
And it is.
And I mean, you're so right. I mean, remember like the Ebola outbreaks that were happening all throughout the world. You know, and it was partly because a lot of the CDC was bolstered, and so rumor has it that George W. Bush in like 2006 read a
Right.
book about a pandemic, and he was like, "Wait, what is happening? Like, do we actually have any preventative stuff? Like, do we have all this stuff going on?" And they basically weren't. They had like obviously pandemic
Right.
like blueprint, but it wasn't like a
Right.
huge thing. So they put a bunch of money into it. They had the
Mm-hmm.
blueprint for pandemics, and then Obama came in and bolstered it, and they put a bunch of money into it. And then
Mm-hmm.
obviously Trump comes in, and because Obama bolstered and put money into it, he guts the entire pandemic response, which is insane. And then obviously he wasn't able and wasn't prepared in order to deal with the pandemic, and his executive actions, we know through epidemiology, cost us the lives of 300,000 Americans. Because
Right.
of how he did not follow proper procedures. So these have like
Eh,
huge impacts on us, on
exactly.
throughout the world, through Ebola, through
Yeah.
African nations. I mean, and I really think
Developing nations.
you're such a good
Yeah.
point with the immigrants, because obviously there's a
Mm-hmm.
huge conspiracy and stigma that these
Exactly.
Republicans
Exactly.
say that immigrants are diseased and dirty and all that kind of stuff, which is nonsense. And
Yeah.
and you're totally right. They're actually doing more work than the Republicans to actually get
Mm-hmm.
immunized now. They're
Yeah.
actually more pro public health than the Republican party is. That's so true. Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, that I always been fascinated. Look, I did not, I don't have a degree in any like of the STEM fields. I went to school, I studied law, and
Oh,
but like
cool.
I always been fascinated about, you know, how human beings can be selfish to others,
Hmm.
and the impact that like this is not hard, like we're not nothing about vaccines is invasive at
Yeah.
all. Like that's my perspective. My perspective is, right, look, we are we're individuals here. Look, people died because of the plague. People
Yeah.
died because of like indigenous individuals, when the Europeans came to Latin America, that a lot of the indigenous people died because of chickenpox.
Hmm.
They brought chickenpox to our countries, and now it's such a preventable disease. Like just get vaccinated,
Yeah.
nothing's gonna happen to you. This has been tested so many times. I don't know, people have these ideas that I wish that people will see what happens to people who have survived these preventable diseases. Like they will have a conversation with them, and
Yeah.
listen, and open your mind. So I will say I love the work you do.
Thank you.
I think what you do, like I said, you you can be you either a person who is educating, others, but you can also be seen as a person who, for some, unfortunately it's for the right that you are giving misinformation, and I'm like, no, this is not a misinformation at all,
Yeah.
right?
I know.
So we see it. Like, I think it is not, look, whatever career I did, everything had to do with, it's more like qualitative kind of work.
Yeah.
Science is quantitative. You can see it. You can see the results, right?
Hmm.
You can see it with your own eyes. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Oh,
It's
thank you.
it's very, yeah. And one last thing, if you ever, for anyone, if someone is a reader, Philip Roth has a book called Nemesis.
Okay.
That book, that's a fiction book, but it talks that basically is set in 1931, and it talks about like children and polio in the United States,
Oh,
and
wow.
and how immigrant communities, like at the time, like the Italians were blamed for polio. Oh, it's always about demonizing someone, about certain diseases and stuff like that. So it's a very informative book, even though it's fiction. It
Yeah.
talks about something that, like, he takes this disease, and
Uh-huh.
then he creates a story, and if someone is wants to read a little bit about it, like, you can see the story of this child who sees his friends pass away because of polio.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's a
Yeah.
good read.
I just put, guys, the join the Discord. I'm in the show notes. I'm putting all these links. So we got the polio, really interesting. I didn't realize 75% of polio cases are asymptomatic, just like
Right.
SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19. It's like I had no idea about that. I was just reading that, and then also the Philip Roth Nemesis, a bunch of short stories that were published together, and you can like get it now. So thank you so much. I thank you for your support and kind words, and thanks for being here. I appreciate you.
I appreciate you too. Have a great night.
Thanks, you too.
Bye-bye.
All right. All right. It was Ghostface, Gangsta, and then Lefty Left. Leslie, yeah, thank you, Leslie. Thank you so much.
So
Hey,
I
what's up?
wanted to ask a question.
Okay.
So I never really believed in the coronavirus,
Okay.
and maybe it's just because of the stories I heard. But what is the coronavirus, and why do you think it's real?
Do you think that viruses are real in general?
Yes, I do believe like the flu, and like I do believe there are viruses out there.
Okay.
But the COVID-19, it throws me off because I was in your live yesterday
Yeah.
when he was going off on you. Uh, you did say it was made in a lab, right? Like,
No, it definitely isn't. No, so it's the opposite. So it's like there is all the evidence in the world to say that the there is no evidence of the lab leak whatsoever, and all the scientific evidence actually shows that it's actually from a natural zoonotic transmission. So I actually pinned a video on my profile that goes through the Picard 2024, which is the latest paper that kind of summarizes it all. But basically, the story goes from the coronavirus was in a bat cave, and we know this by sequencing bat coronaviruses in the Chinese bats, and basically the coronavirus, because it's an RNA virus, it's not going to have the normal DNA mutations and polymerase errors and all that kind of stuff. So it actually creates a signature based off of the environment that it's in. So as an RNA virus, it's in the environment of a bat. So a bat is going to have a different signature as like a camel coronavirus is going to have a different signature of any type of mammalian coronavirus. So that's where we start the story. And we know that these bats go from one cave to another a lot. We know that there's a lot of disruption of these bats because China is urbanizing a lot. So they're destroying a lot of these bats, and that's causing even more viral recombinations that are happening inside these caves. And basically what's happening is China has a culture of creating these small little not factory farms, but they're like personal farms. So people will have like raccoon dogs that they have at their home, and they breed them and they sell them at these markets. And on top of that, there's actually like a wild animal population in China that actually can go between these little farms. So we have
so it is true that it came from China.
what?
So it's true that the coronavirus did originate from China.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. So basically these personal farms and the wild animals there basically create a transmission web where these things are all kind of like connected to one another. So you have a reservoir which is where the bat coronavirus is, and that's where the coronavirus kind of mutates and everything. And then finally, it kind of like makes a shift into these raccoon dogs. And the raccoon dog, basically, there's an outbreak at someone's small little, thing that they're breeding, and then they brought it to the wet lab. Sorry, the wet market. So the wet market is kind of like, and we know this because there's actual stall by stall genetic evidence. So we have raccoon dog DNA genome, and then we have SARS-CoV-2 genome that we have through sequencing, and we can align them, and we know that they align really well. So we have stall by stall evidence that SARS-CoV-2 was there, and there's actually genetic evidence of two separate divergent strains that outbroke within 1 week of one another. So in order to do that, there would have had to have been two separate lab leak events that would have had to happen. There's no evidence that anyone at the Wuhan Institute of Virology had any type of antibodies, because the WHO came in and took all their blood and did a serology test, and basically none of them had antibodies for SARS-CoV-2, which would be impossible if you had a COVID-19 infection. And then on top of that, they can actually do like genetic testing and all of the ways that the COVID positive cases started coming up, and basically it all kind of like maps onto the wet market being the actual outbreak center.
Okay, and my next question is so
What do you
I
think
heard.
about that?
What do I think about what you just said?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. There's a lot of stuff that you said that like I just did not understand.
Okay.
Because I'm not like medically smart, but I am understanding where you're going from with explaining on where it came from. But my thing is okay. So if it originated like from bats or whatever animal, why did it spread so badly like it did? Like why wasn't it able to be contained like immediately? Like, you know what I mean?
Basically because like there was ACE2 cells within our humans, and there's a respiratory virus, and that was able to be spread. And coronaviruses are actually really they're really good at being like spread, man. That's like what they kind of are known for, is that they go from host to host a lot, they recombine a lot, and then they also that's just what they do. So once it happens, like I think SARS-CoV-2 is unique in that it is a there is a difference between SARS-CoV-2 positive and developing COVID-19, and that disease that's caused by SARS-CoV-2. Not everyone that's SARS-CoV-2 positive develops COVID-19, so you have the ability to spread it asymptomatically, which means that you don't have the symptoms of COVID-19. So you think that you're healthy, you think that you're fine, but you're actually spreading it to other people, and then that's the crux of the problem.
See, I've never read any of this like online about COVID. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I've been one person that has not gotten a COVID shot, and the only reason why is because I feel, and it's not more or less that I'm scared of the government. I just feel like the vaccine was pushed too fast. And what I mean by that is, yes, you can do studies on, the vaccine, but it could hit that one person where it could totally do something else. So
No, so this is a common misunderstanding. So basically, the vaccine went through all the stages of that all the vaccines go through.
yeah, I heard you say it yesterday.
Yeah, it just was going. It was so efficient. It was so good, man. So normal vaccines are like 60 to 70% efficient. Efficacy basically is what this is called. The first SARS-CoV-2 vaccine was 95% efficacy, which was just stellar, man. It was just stellar. So we did have a really unique opportunity with this technology to actually push it, and give it to people. And we could if people got vaccinated at the rates that they should have been, 95% plus of people got the vaccine, like a lot of people would have survived. 3 million people survived because of the vaccine. We know that 300,000 people died because of vaccine hesitancy. 300,000 died because of Trump's poor mismanagement of the pandemic. So I think that we could have had a lot more people that survived it, unfortunately.
Okay, and one more question before I get off.
Sure.
Why do you think there were so many people that were against this vaccine, though? Okay, so you got the people that were dead set, and they went and got it as soon as it came out. But then you had the people on the left that just wouldn't, go get it. What would you say about that?
No, it was like, so there was basically there was a time that Trump was talking about, like, he wanted to have it out before the election because he thought that would have been, he was so proud of it, and he thought, because it was something that he legitimately did really well, in that he was helping push the vaccine forward and making sure that the stages, you didn't like mire in them for a while. It was done. That stage was done. Then they went to the next stage really quickly, and that kind of thing. That he was proud of it. So there was a worry that Harris was talking about and Biden was talking about, like, hey, if this guy actually pushes this thing through, and like there was a really small portion of the period of time where Trump was basically saying that he was going to approve it, and that he was going to he wasn't going to wait until the stage 4 was done, that he was going to, after stage 3, he was just going to allow it to get out of there in order to like win the election. So that's where people were like, well, if he's not going through the FDA approval process and he's just going to willy-nilly take this out, then that is kind of weird. But people now, vaccine hesitancy is squarely with people on the right. I mean, with Republicans for sure. I mean, you can actually look at the unvaccinated rates county by county, and then you can overlay it on how they voted in the 2020 elections. And it's like, the more Republican you are, the more likely you're to be unvaccinated, which, ironically enough, though, it's only the young Republicans that actually believe this BS, by the way. 60-plus-year-old Republicans don't believe any of it, and all of them got the vaccines like at normal rates. So it really is only the younger Republicans that are dying, that did die at 10 times the rate of vaccinated people, which is so sad, man. Like the idea that I'm like having these debates and talking to these Republicans about caring about their fellow Republicans dying, at unnecessary numbers. It's just, I don't understand why they don't even care about people in their own communities. It's awful.
Honestly, like, until yesterday, like, when you was calling him selfish because he wouldn't get the vaccine, I believe in that. We, the people that don't have the vaccine, we are selfish because we are going to be able to catch it more easily. And I'm pretty sure that even if you have the vaccine, you can still catch the COVID-19 virus.
Let's just be like clear on words. So it's kind of like how HIV is different than AIDS, where you can have HIV but not develop AIDS. Like, you can have SARS-CoV-2 on your system, right? A vaccine isn't going to prevent viral particles from landing on your nose or anything like that, right? So what's going to happen is, as SARS-CoV-2 starts entering your system and that you start developing a response to it, an immune response, you're going to create antibodies in order to deal with that infection, right? So if you don't have a vaccine and you don't have an immune response, then you're not going to make those antibodies, and it is going to be more easily spread because you're going to have a bigger viral load, and more viral load means that you're going to be able to spread it easily. One of the biggest anti-vaxxer misinformations that is pushed is that the vaccine doesn't help you hurt transmission, and it does. It absolutely does. So if you have a lower viral load, you're going to have less viral load to transmit to other people. So having it being vaccinated is 100% better in order to lower the transmission rate of viral particles that you're spreading to other people. Or, like in basically more viral load means more likely to have a disease once it gets to a certain point, right? So more viral load, you're going to spread it to more people, and you're going to develop more of a disease.
I appreciate you explaining it more in depth, because now I'm more low key about to go get this shot.
Dang, wow, man.
I'm not even gonna lie, I was so scared. Like I don't like it's like I said, it's not because I don't trust the government. It's just I felt like it just was pushed through so fast, and I feel like people make mistakes, and I just didn't want to be that mistake.
Yeah, no, it's safe, man. It's totally safe to have. Like that's the thing is that, yeah, dude, it's actually probably the most administered vaccine of all time. And we don't have any of those like fear mongering that people were saying that there's going to be a mass die off at 6 months or at a year or at 2 years or at 3 years, or there's all these complications from it and all that kind of, it didn't pan out. Do you hear a lot of like, oh, the increased myocarditis risk or anything like that, but it's actually, again, it's disinformation, because if you're worried about myocarditis, if you get way more myocarditis from the actual viral particle replicating in your system from an actual SARS-CoV-2 infection than you do with the small amount of RNA that is being transformed into just those spike proteins. And those go away, and then myocarditis goes away. But if you have the virus in you replicating over time, you're actually going to have an increased chance of having it, having health complications from it.
That's I'm not even gonna lie. You're pretty smart, and
Thank you.
When it comes down to like medicine and stuff, like I said, I just started watching you yesterday. I came across your live, and
Nice,
I was
man.
watching, and then I decided to come in today. But I just wanted to see your take on how everything is going on the coronavirus and the vaccine, because like I've thought about getting the vaccine, but in the back of my head, I've also thought about how fast it was pushed out, and yes, it went through all the stages. I just felt like it was pushed out. So,
Well, it was developed over, it started being developed in 1989. And then there was a lot of years of molecular biology that had to be developed in order for it to get to where it was. And it had a lot of years of the lipid nanoparticle delivery. And it was basically kind of like sitting on the sidelines that, we had it for like over a decade. I think it was like 2015 that 5 years that it was ready and waiting. There just wasn't the actual, the impetus in order to actually have a need for it. And then basically the RNA technology is a lot easier for us to change over time. So, and during a pandemic, as you have more viral mutations, you're going to want to update that vaccine sequence a lot easier. And they're mass producing all these vaccines. So, it's a lot easier to change and edit it when it's at the RNA level. So that's kind of like the reason why they went with it. And it was a huge success, man. It really is. I mean, it's a global success story that we as Americans should be proud of, that we actually had a role in helping, that this vaccine helped save 3 million American lives. It helped millions more across the world. We should be proud of that. Our American technology helped do that. And that's, we should be proud of our scientists. We should be proud of our medical, research. We did that, and I don't know why it's gotten politicized. I don't understand why vaccines now are just seen as political in general, and it's very scary for me that it isn't just the COVID vaccine.
Well,
It's
I think
all the vaccines now.
I think another thing that probably scared a lot of people is now you can quote me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe that there was ever like a epidemic like this that fell like near an election. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I feel like that's what really pushed it over the edge, is because, politicians were using it, to win their side, and I think that was also scaring people.
Yeah, dude. I mean, people forget. I mean, one, I think people forget that Trump was the president during the when it actually happened.
I remember that.
Yeah, I mean, because, the reason why is a lot of people blame like the lockdowns and everything on Biden, and that it was all him, and that wasn't correct. And Trump was the
Trump didn't even want to do the lockdowns, though.
Well, he spent 6 months saying that the vaccine, that the virus wasn't in a pandemic, that there wasn't a problem, that there wasn't a big thing, and then when he did do the executive actions, he overrode the CDC and the preparedness plans that they did create from George W. Bush that we were talking about before, and he overrode them. He overrode the DHS. He made these things. He made us less secure. And he hurt people. He killed 300,000 people because of his actions directly. So it's awful. It's atrocious that he did that.
Well, I gotta finish up my workload, but it's nice talking to you.
Okay, bro. If you get vaccinated, come in here. We will celebrate you, and I thank you for coming in, and I really appreciate you having an open mind and coming in to chat and talking.
Oh, it's no problem, man. I've been thinking about it, and like I said, I'm one of the people that didn't get vaccinated, and I was one of the people that believed in this shit, but that's only because I'm 29 years old. So I'm part of that young group, but I'm not a Republican though.
Okay.
I don't represent any of the sides because I don't believe in any of them.
Okay.
But
nice, man. Well,
but
if
it was
you have any
nice
other questions or anything else in the future, you're always welcome in chat and voice. Okay. Thanks for hopping on, man.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. See ya.
See you.
Wow, guys, that was awesome. That was so cool. I can't believe it, man. I know. Yeah, Carolyn isn't requesting. I see what's going on in chat, but she's hiding. She's hiding right now. It's okay, guys. She's allowed to be here. It's okay. Just don't respond to her, and guys, she's watching the show. She's watching me right now, and she's watching a science program, bro. That's what's happening. So she can hate watch all she wants. She's spamming comments, and she's watching the stream, which increases our analytics and helps us get out there to people like Ghost. So thank you, Carolyn. Thank you for watching. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you, Carol. Thank you. Thank you. All right. All right, Rocky. Yeah, dude, what a great stream tonight. Incredible.
Hello?
What's up, Rocky? How's it going, brother?
Not much.
What are you up to, dude?
Oh, long day. Yeah, I just wish I wish you would stop pushing all this vaccine stuff.
I know, people hate it. I love that you hate it so much. Genuinely, it's actually the haters that made me push this stuff even more, because it was such a benign comment, and it's such an obvious good thing. And it was actually the visceral reaction from you and from Liam that made me actually push this even more. I'm like genuinely being serious right now.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, because it's so obvious, bro, and it's such a way that science can actually improve people's lives. So I absolutely double down.
CDC has never come up with a cure, have they, in the past how many years?
I don't know, man. Ask RFK, bro. He's the head of the CDC. Ask your boy.
Well, that's why you got to make changes. Where's the
cures now? I mean, they had all those. Where's all those cures that they had in the backlog that you're talking about? Now RFK can just roll them all out, right?
I got a cousin who works in Russia right now for the government.
That's where all the medical cures are coming from, Russia?
No, I'm just making an example that how the government as he graduated from Texas Tech, and he has a degree,
Yeah.
and he's been working in the Czech Republic for the government, and I keep wondering, well, what the hell does he do? you know, and
Yeah,
because
dude,
I know
a lot of them nationalize their science. Like China does it the same thing, where they actually, it's a weird thing. So in other countries, they don't lampoon and castigate science. They actually like put it into and
Well, I'm
push
not
it up.
talking
Yeah, they
about
push it up. They
science.
actually care about the science, and they think it's a weird way of like improving technology and improving lives and stuff. It's weird.
Well, he's an engineer. He had a
Okay.
degree in engineering.
It's the
so
same.
I'm
It's
not
the same
talking
type
about
of thing.
science. Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah, but I just don't know. There's a lot of wasteful spending out there. That
Oh, really?
can be,
I
taken
know,
out.
friggin' all
No.
this stuff, like how
It's
shrimps
happened to me.
walk, and like all this stuff, like Gila monsters. Like what this is so stupid. Like we're like researching lizards. You know what I mean?
Well, it happened to me. I mean, I worked for Delta Airlines, and after 9/11, I took 20% pay cut, and I had to move. I had to move to two different states in 5 years to save my job.
But bro, that's not what we're talking about. We're not.
Well, I'm just giving you an example.
Delta Airlines was that wasn't a systemic cut that happened from the George W. Bush administration. You realize that, right?
Yeah. After 9/11. Yeah, and 9/11 inside job. So that's what really pisses me off. It's personal. So.
Okay. Well, that's your problem. Well, you again talk to your boy George W. Bush, dude. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I wish they would be in prison because Dick Cheney and
but not Trump. But not Trump. Trump is the real one.
No, he ain't had nothing to do with 9/11.
Well, what are you talking about, bro? Do you don't understand? You don't have to understand the connection there.
Well, Larry Silverstein. Do you know what Larry Silverstein is?
Do I know?
Yeah.
Of course I do.
Okay. He made how much in insurance
Billions of
money?
dollars.
Yeah. So
Billions.
there you go. So if Trump was involved with it, well then
He's right to the top.
Well, not as much as
Right
Bush
to the top. Right to the bottom.
Rumsfeld
Trump
and
bottoms it all.
all
Trump's on
those
the bottom.
Condoleezza Rice. All those people should be in prison.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. So just
Do you know what happens with the 9 and the 11? You can make a T out of it. You can put the 1 over on the 9, make a T.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't even know about that, did you? It spells out T.
Yeah, Mr. T. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
9 plus 11.
Yeah.
That's a T.
Well,
Did you know that?
I don't know. I never bothered worried about that.
That's all I'm paying
It's
attention
just-
to, brother. That's all I'm talking about.
False flag operations have been going on since
False
the
flags.
Vietnam War.
You know who I see the most flags waving?
And the false and the biggest
Trump
no,
waves the most
biggest
flags.
false flag is your stupid fake vaccine and your fake testing and your fake everything because that's all it ever was.
You know what I think?
And that's
Trump's
just
fake. I think
No.
Trump's fake.
No, I mean, you say you're not a doctor. Well, then why do you have Dr.
I'm
Greg
a
up
fraud. I'm a fraud leading a cult.
there? Yeah. Just why do you consider yourself a doctor? You say you're not a doctor.
I don't.
Well, then put scientists up there.
I thought it sounded cool.
Oh, okay.
That's all it is.
Oh man, y'all are just so blind to this
I don't.
party dictatorship.
I'm actually double
what they've
blind.
done
I'm so blind. I'm
past
double
75
blind.
Yeah.
Double blind, just like all the tests.
Oxymoron, and you're brainwashed very easily.
I wish I could wash my brain from all the
Why do you like?
microplastics that you
Why do
push
you like
into it.
government smoke blowing up your ass? Why do you like
Because
that?
it feels good.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's what Trump told us.
So you're just gonna play games right now and look stupid.
What are you talking about?
Well,
I demand to be taken seriously. What are you
That
talking
face
about?
looks stupid.
How dare you?
You're just a candy ass society. It's pretty sick. Y'all need to get off
Dude,
the
you know who
earth.
has a big old candy ass? You
Yeah.
know who has a big old candy ass? You know. Yeah.
Yeah, you and all the other
No.
liberals.
Big old rump. Big old rump has a big old candy ass. You know what I mean?
Y'all love him. Y'all love it. You love MS-13 gang members, don't you? You like
Dude, the way his
human
diapers
smugglers.
just drapes his body.
Human
You know, is
smugglers.
this
Y'all
big
like human
old
smuggling.
dipe.
All those drugs have been coming in all these years. Y'all don't care. Y'all just you want to change. How come you don't want it
He's
to
got
change?
a big old
Why don't you
full
want to
dipes
change?
that just needs to be changed, huh? Just needs to
Why?
get
Why
wiped
don't you
down.
want to?
Just get all wipey. Get all wipe and get all in there. Just
Jeez, man.
Don't you want to?
What?
Is that just me?
What?
Oh. I guess
What are you
it was
talking?
just me. Never mind. Damn.
Yeah, well, you're just y'all are just sad society. You know, I wish you would grow up and be a man.
I'm sorry.
You know, it's sad.
I'm just a little
Pretty
boy.
fucking sad.
I'm just a little
Yeah,
boy.
you are a boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I'm too old for you.
Road rage. You know, if we met in road rage incidents, you would get back in the car and drive away.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, because that's
Yeah.
that's probably.
Oh yeah.
Well, I wouldn't stop. That's weird.
Yeah.
Do you want me to stop? Oh shit! You mean flagged? Violation
well,
for what? You didn't say anything, bro. You mean flagged for misinformation?
Yep.
All right, sorry, bro.
Yeah.
You got a violation warning. I'm sorry, man. All right, guys. Oh man, I was just getting good. You're just getting good. Oh boy, we have fun. Friend of the stream, Rocky. Friend of the stream. That was so fun. All right, guys. Well, so what do we want to do? What do we want to do? I think we need to. Yeah. Sorry, man. I legitimately, I actually really, it frustrates me that it happens, and I would rather him not have that stuff. But yeah, dude, I'm being reported as a fraud, and they're trying to come after me, shut my stream down, because I'm talking about vaccines being safe and effective. So we got FBI Deputy Assistant Director, Middle Manager John Bondongo getting emailed up today about the dangers of the stream. They're coming after us. They're going to come. The FBI might be knocking at my door soon. So we had a lady that was recording. She recorded the stream, who worked for Bondongo. And so might be limited, guys. Our time is limited. And so you know how it is. So real quick, guys, you want to do okay. So what I want to do, I want to actually go back. So we were talking about a really cool show notes event. We were talking about how life forms became multicellular. We're actually going to do science content. I know. Okay, there's a whole world of like science that we can in a world that we can discover and we can learn about, and through this like weird hypothesis-driven approach of like asking questions and then testing them. There's a whole thing. Trust me. It's you kind of like learn, and it's really cool. You'll get there. We'll figure it out. We'll talk about it sometime. How about right now? You guys want to do it right now? Okay. All right, let's do it right now. Bill, let's do it right now. Okay. All right. I gotta stretch, guys. It's honestly, you guys don't even understand how heavy this thing is. I need to develop. It needs to be a little lighter, but you know what time it is, everyone. Yes. Yes. We are here. Science. Science news, the peer review. Science news, the peer review. We're here. We are here, everyone. Welcome in. Welcome back in, Rocky. Nice to see you. See, he came right back in, guys. He came right back in. They love us. They love us here. All right, Rocky, we're going to do science real quick, bro. I'm sorry. All right, so this was actually a really big article, and I only did the first... I'm not a beauty pageant, so you could just walk in however you want like Trump, bro. You gotta we have a whole thing here that I gotta do now. So, okay. All right. The top model. All right, so we read the top model before. Okay, so we're talking about how these... Guys, it's cool. How did things start coming together? All right, the world and organisms were unicellular. What's unicellular mean? It meant that life was individual cells, and then that some of these cells started clumping together so that they could form multicellular life. And that is the thing that we were learning about, how that transition happened. And how those communities of organisms that started clumping together start regulating things, regulating genes together, regulating waste. And then those mechanisms are exactly what we're talking about, by the way, with what we're talking about with cancer, right? How these pathways of genetic regulation of proteins and gene transcription and translation all kind of work together in order to make us who we are today. Isn't that cool? Give it up. Give it up for multicellular organisms, guys. So cool. Seriously, what an awesome thing. Okay. So cool. I love it. All right, here we go. All right, guys, here we go. This is called the top model. Ducre, let me know if the mic's on. I'm actually trying different mic settings right now, so if you guys could give me feedback on my volume and stuff, that would actually be very appreciated. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Ducre. Salpicando rosetta was among the organisms that King investigated early in her work on multicellularity. Oh, sorry. I forgot to put the effects off. Thank you, Jen. Sorry, thank you about that. Oh, it needs to be louder still. It still needs to be louder. Okay, how about now? Okay. Well, sorry guys. The echo was just for the intro and all that kind of stuff. But no. Sorry, no. All right. Okay, here we go. It belongs in the conoflagellates, which are the closest living relative to animals. This group diverged from the common ancestors with animals more than 600 million years old, which is insanely soon, guys. That is wild. It took prokaryotes 2 billion years in order to develop into eukaryotic organisms, and then only 600 million years ago did this actually happen for us. Between these multicellular events started happening. Like other conoflagellates, S. rosetta has a spherical cell body that sports a collar of thin... Sorry, 1 second, guys. Thin membrane protrusions called microvilli, which are used to capture bacteria swept up for dinner by a long tail known as a flagellum. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, check the show notes, Ducre. It's all in the it's all in the show notes. So it's using its flagella as paddles in order to get bacteria into them. That's so cool. It was isolated in 2000 from mudflats off the coast of Virginia, researchers haven't managed to find it again in the wild. Under certain environmental conditions, S. rosetta cells divide clonally, producing genetically identical daughter cells that form colonies by circling up in a rosette pattern, with flagella undulating outward. But when King first started working with the organism in the lab, she could not budge it from its unicellular form. A chance experiment revealed that secretions by a specific prey bacterium act as a signal for the cells to start dividing. In addition to forming rosettes, the organism has at least one other multicellular conformation and a few distinct free-living cell types. When confined to a tight space, for example, S. rosetta cells withdraw their flagella and become an amoeboid, lacking a firm shape and extending slender tentacles called flipodia to pull themselves along. What? That is so sweet. That is so cool. That is unbelievable. It was such an amazing diversity in response to a myriad of environmental cues, said David Booth, a biochemist in the University of California, San Francisco. In 2003, King and her colleagues reported the presence of proteins involved in cell adhesion and cell signaling in conoflagellate species. They later identified a more in-depth toolkit for multicellularity when they sequenced the genome of S. rosetta. Yeah, in 2003, man, that is old school sequencing. That is amazing. That must have been Sanger sequencing, and they were just like putting it together. That is tough work. Salpinocoya rosetta and the is the Drosophila of conoflagellates. So it's a model organism of the flagellates. The most widely studied species and the one for which researchers have developed the most extensive tools for directly altering the genome. In 2018, during a postdoc in King's lab, Booth and his colleagues managed to add DNA encoding fluorescent proteins into S. rosetta, and in 2020 found ways to edit its genome using CRISPR. That's really cool. Such methods have made it possible to tinkle directly with the genes that researchers say could be key to multicellularity and to study the proteins that these genes express. With the tool's help, microbiologist Ariel Woznicka at the University of Texas at Austin, a former graduate student in King's lab, is exploring how conoflagellates respond to bacterial attackers. Biochemist Florentine Rutugina, a former postdoc in King's lab, now at the Stanford University of California, is investigating enzymes called tyrosine kinases, linchpins of cell signaling, and in animals that are present in similar numbers in Rosetta. Oh, cool, guys. We have one more section to read, but I think we're going to do it at a different time. And I think that was it. So cool, guys. I love taking these bigger things and pushing and just diving a little bit deeper as we can, and then coming back. Like, what a cool thing. So we're learning about how they're using genetic tools that are being developed in order to better understand this organism, and how a different response of these different genes can happen in response to environmental stresses, right? Different environmental conditions mean that these flagella are being used for drastically different things, right? They're being used in order to push bacteria in one, and then the other one, they're using it kind of like little arms or something to drag itself along. That is so cool. That is so cool, guys. All right. And that was the peer review. All the cool things happening in science that nobody talks about except for here. Let's give it up. Yes. And we're going to do this real quick. And this is your time, guys. This is your time. Thank you so much to the latest subscriber, Lily. Thank you so much for subscribing. We appreciate you. That is the number one way that you can help out the stream. So thank you so much, Lily. Thank you for all of our top gifters: Jen, Alina, Ducray, Aya. Sorry, I'm sorry. I know you pronounced it before, but Ali is Ali. Ali, SK Anna, Lefty Left, Ali. Yeah. Nice to meet you, Ali. Lefty Left, Night Flyer, Vanessa, And thank you for the likers, all of the, just engaging the stream and making more people come in here. Thank you guys so much. Alina, Jen Cat, Lefty Left, Eve Mamacita. Oh, Ghostface. Oh, Ghostface is the latest subscriber. Whoa, dude. Oh, man, what an all-star, bro. No way. Wow. Ghostface Gangster, bro. Thank you. No way, man. Wow. Thank you so much, bro. Holy moly. Thank you guys to all the likers. Snoozy, Omar, Happy One, Marsha. Thank you so much, Ghostface, bro. Thank you, man. And we got $5 super chats, guys, if you want to participate in the conversation that way. Also, that's my link tree with all my links. So we have all the Discord show notes there, so you can follow along with primary sources, increase the science discussion, or there's also my YouTube live archive there. So if you want to catch up with a previous show, you can. This show comes out tomorrow, right after this. And all my publications are out there. So if you have any publications that you think you want to read of mine, they're all there. No paywalls. The PDFs are already there. And this time, oh, thanks, Ghostface. I appreciate you, man. Thank you. Guys, this is my favorite part of the whole show. Does anyone have any vaccines that they have taken this week? This week, guys, we are... This is actually helping people get vaccinated. Isn't that amazing? That we are helping people help themselves, help the community. Let's get thank you, Jen. A vaccine is a part of a virus that is exposed inside of your body that induces an immune response, so that your body can create antibodies for it in the future. So that's why it's very cool. So you basically get the antibodies without having to actually be infected with the disease that could kill you. So you get all the benefits with the antibodies, but none of the threats of the actual disease. They're not. So that's the thing. All right. Well, if anyone has any vaccines, let me know at any time. And guess what? You come, you get vaccinated. We celebrate you in this community because we celebrate people who care about public health. So thank you guys so much. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate you. All right. Nice. Exactly. All right, guys. Okay, Matt. Okay. Oh, hi, Kiss. Well, thank you so much for what you do. I appreciate you. Kiss Loretta J, I appreciate you. How come some nurses don't get vaccinated, which is kind of crazy? I mean, they're being fallen for propaganda. I think that it's it's completely unacceptable in the medical field to expose patients to preventable diseases. It is absolutely unethical, and I don't think that you should be working in medicine if you don't accept medicine. If you don't accept science and you don't accept medicine, then I wouldn't be working in that field. And I would honestly really, really be trepidatious about getting healthcare and services from a nurse who's not taking that advice for their own care, right? Who's not listening to science for their own care, but then also what rules and what ideas are they breaking in their care towards you? So what kind of ways are they thwarting guidance in other ways? I would be very, very, very scared about that. That's why I feel like it's like just completely unacceptable. Yeah, exactly, Jen. If you're trying to talk about there's ways and values that you have that tend to seep into other things, and that's what's so scary. I mean, honestly, I know this is I love you guys in the the public health spaces, but I do think that you guys should be wearing masks as well. I really do. I think that it's only safe for people, or for at least the people that are coming into the public. And I think that otherwise there's, yeah, exactly. Masks are very, very, very preventable. Used to prevent a lot of the transmission. So everyone should be vaccinated, and everyone should be wearing masks in a healthcare setting, because it just helps stem transmission that much. Yeah, in a healthcare setting, yeah, Southeast, yeah. Yeah, I think that's okay. Nope. Nope, Southeast, nope. Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, personally, if I'm going into a doctor's office, I'm like wearing a mask, you know? I mean, that's what I'm doing, even still, to this day. You know, because I'm going into where sick people are going. I'm going to do everything I can to not be sick. So I'm still going to be wearing masks. I still mask on airplanes and everything like that. So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, people should be wearing masks if they feel under the weather and they're sick. And I mean, the problem is that, hey, Emily, how's it going? The problem is that there's such a stigma against it, where it's like, well, why aren't you staying home if you're feeling sick? And so people are just like, oh, I feel fine. And then it's just getting other people sick, and that doesn't make any sense. Okay, Southwest, you should just like request up, bro, and you should just talk to me as opposed to chatting if you want to continue the conversation. Oh, thank you. Thanks, Kiss Loretta. Thank you. I appreciate that. Nice, SK Anna. There you go. I don't think that he is. Well, Southwest, you should just like jump into requests so we can talk, you know, instead of you doing the chat thing. Oh, did he? Oh, no way, Jen. That's so funny. Oh, Night Flyer, thank you. That's very nice of you to say thank you. Oh, man. I bet, man. The conspiracy grows, Southwest. The conspiracy grows. Let's see if I can invite you, dude. Let's see. Oh, it's because you have a new account. You have to like have a certain age or followers, I think, in order to request into here. I think that's why. Oh, hi, Jess. How's it going? Hi, CK. What's up, Ghostface? Hi, Jenna. Lefty Left. Molly, how's it going? What's up, Matt? Jen. His dadness. Alina. SK Anna. Hi, Vanessa. What's up, Rocky? Ducray. Kiss Loretta. Hi. So you press the bottom and make it work. So can you press the button? I just tried to invite you, but I can't. You're not on here, bro. So I think that the thing is that they limit like new accounts and how much they can do. Okay, I don't have much time. What's going on?
Hello.
What's up? How's it going?
Chilling here. How you doing?
Nice. Not much. Got any vaccines lately?
Wait, you're really a doctor?
Yeah.
Well, that's good. How long you been a doctor?
2023.
2020. Oh, that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
Not bad. So you like being a doctor?
Yeah, I'm a scientist, PhD, so I'm not a medical doctor.
Oh, that's what's up.
Yeah.
That's good. Glad to
Yeah.
hear that. Hi, Mariah. How you doing? Hi, Evan.
What do you like
So
to
what's
do
the
for fun?
Huh?
What
I'm
do you like
sorry.
to do
Say
for
it.
fun?
I like to take care of my son. I
Oh,
like
cool.
to spend time with my sisters, my family.
Nice.
Mostly.
It's awesome. I got 4 kids, so I love spending time with them too.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? So I don't know. I don't know. It's cause
Do you have any
it's cause
science
like
questions? Do you have any like things that you like the subjects you like to study in science?
I mean the last time I was in a science class was in middle school.
Okay, dang.
Like science is the same thing as chemistry, right?
Yeah. Yeah, chemistry is science.
Like is it true like when you put like two chemicals together they explode?
Sometimes, but hopefully not, right? Yeah,
Yeah, I
mostly
seen
hopefully
that.
not.
Cause I
I'm
seen that in Drake and
I
Josh.
work a lot with like DNA and changing the genome of like organisms and animals and stuff. So it's like things aren't like doing that. It's just DNA and water mostly. It's mostly water.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Has have you done anything like crazy like in chemistry or in science?
I made an algae cell that has something in its chloroplast that can kill non-Hodgkin's lymphoma stage 1 cancer cells. So that was kind of cool. It's like cancer killing algae.
Oh wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, stuff like that is there. Yeah. There's hundreds of different types of cancers though. So it's like there's tons of different ways that the cell can like be dysregulated and things can change genetically. So there's lots of different types of cancers though. SK Anna, yeah, all my publications are in my link tree if you wanted to see it. Yeah.
Oh okay, okay. That's good, that's good.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, so like do you do surgery too?
No, I'm not a medical doctor. No, I'm a
Oh, okay.
scientist. Yeah.
What's your favorite thing to do like as a scientist?
Man, like change. It's crazy when you sketch out a piece of like DNA that you like how you want the genome to be, and you basically align all the A, C, T's, and G's, and then you kind of put them in, and then like you do all the work in order to make the DNA right, and then you put it all in the right order, and then you put it into your organism that you want, and then it's like mind blowing when you actually do the sequencing, and then your genome aligns to your original one that you had sketched out. It was just like a rough draft before, and it was just an idea, but now there's actually an organism that exists in the world that actually you created brand new that's never existed before in the history of the world, and you just made them. And it's just like it gives you goosebumps. It's so cool.
Oh, damn. Yes, it does sound hella cool.
Yeah, it is fun. There's lots of cool things that are happening in science. Just people don't know about them, It's just so yeah, it's really cool. A lot of that stuff is being used for like gene therapies in order to target cancers, and yeah, there's lots of. It's called molecular biology. So molecular biology is just DNA and RNA and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Hi, user. How are you? Hi, Tico. Well, okay, then it was nice being with you. You take care. Be
All right.
safe.
See ya. Have a good one.
You too. Thank you.
All All right, guys. I didn't have anything planned, so I was just like, it popped up. I honestly don't like those either. I think they're really funny, but I, it is a little big. It is a little, but I think that's like, I know, Dr. Rowe. I know. People are so funny. It's so funny, man. Like, I basically put doctor in my name, kind of like as a, oh, hey, what's up, Jorge? How's it going, man? I put doctor in my name for mostly as like a like marketing thing. And then now, like with all the anti-intellectualism and all that kind of stuff, and I feel like the anti-science stuff, like I actually am really proud to have it in my name, because it is, it's important. Like they're attaching the anti-establishment science and anti-establishment medicine beliefs and anti-intellectualism, and they're coming for everyone. They're coming for everyone, and it's really important to stand up for that, to stand up and say that, hey, that science is real, PhDs are real, scientists is an actual thing. So yeah, that's what I care about. Oh, okay, Gregory. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry you feel like that. You should request up though, so we can talk about it. All right, you can run. That's okay, dude. You've been like here for a long time though. You had like a 21 level gift badge, and like what happened? Oh, he's a retired Marine in Navy and former institutional CM. Oh man, I hope that he supports vaccines, or he doesn't deny that those 1.2 million people died from COVID. That would have been a real awkward. That would have been a real awkward conversation with him, huh? Yo, Alina, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. Good night. That guy, the Jason guy just posts all his content removals of everyone everything that he's been saying. So he is just, how hilarious, dude. Oh my gosh. He's like just gets content removed after removed, and all he does is just post that. What a toxic human being, man. Yeah, it's so boring. It's so boring, man, because it's like they don't actually have an ideology that actually creates anything. The conspiracy theorists and the anti-intellectualism doesn't actually create anything that betters anyone's life. So because they don't have a way to make anything. Their ideology is not based on any way to understand the world. It's a reactionary politics, right? So conspiracies are inherently reactionary in the fact that there's a bunch of people doing something and they're reacting to that and saying, no, it's not that way, or it's this way. It's a conspiracy to that, the lowest common denominator is this. And yeah, it's very boring. That's why people who usually go down those paths, man, it's not a productive way in order to be in a society. So that's the problem. Yeah, exactly. They do disrupt. Exactly, Dr. Rowe. Yeah, and oh, cool. Rocky, we got 2 warnings already, bro. What do you want me to do? Hi, Levi. How's it going?
Hey, how's it going, brother? I'm doing just fine. It's a fine night, actually.
Cool, nice.
How are you doing, though?
Good, man. Good.
That's good to hear. Do you just do any topics or?
Yeah, whatever you want to talk about.
Okay, yeah. A few things. I don't feel like I should dive right into political jargon.
Whatever
Just
you want, bro. Whatever, I don't care.
dream about politics. I think politics is a pretty dividing factor.
Yeah.
Do you discuss historical topics at all?
I mean, I can look up and learn with you.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
Well, I'll just make a pretty broad claim. I do have reasoning behind it. Hernan Cortez, the conquistador from Spain that conquered over Mexico, is worse than Mustache Man.
Who's Mustache Man? Stalin?
1940s Germany.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He is worse. So Hernan Cortez is worse than him.
Cortez. No.
I'll look up Spanish conquistador, Hernan Cortez. Maybe that'll help you find some things about him.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. I can go to some topics why.
It says Hernan Cortez.
Yep.
1 second. Was a Spanish conquistador who led an expedition that caused the fall of the Aztec Empire and brought large portions of what is now mainland Mexico under the rule of King of Castile in the early 16th century. Cortez was part of the generation of Spanish explorers and conquistadors who began the first phase of the Spanish colonialization of the Americas.
Absolutely. Now to that same factor.
Mm-hmm.
While this man was conquesting, now conquest is a thing that has just happened throughout all of history. It's just something that happens.
Yeah.
Hernan Cortez did it in an extremely brutal way. Hernan Cortez played off of religious ideology in the area, right? So to the Aztecs, their gods were pale-faced people, right? Hernan Cortez being from Spain, right? You come from Europe to a tropical area, you're pretty pale. You're pretty pale to them. So like, okay, you're a god, right? The first city Hernan Cortez ever came to, right? I don't know if you know the 3 Gs of, the exploration age and European: God, gold, and glory.
Okay.
Yeah, Hernan Cortez was fascinated by the gold. So as he's conquesting through Mexico, these people are thinking he's a god, and he's slaughtering cities of people. And do you know anything about history, right? Like when you conquest somebody, you typically don't unalive the women or children, right?
Okay.
Yeah, no, Hernan Cortez didn't care. He unalived every person in the city to obtain this gold. And then later enslaved anybody that was left alive in the region that helped him fight against the Aztecs. So it's the factor of he brought disease, eradicated a race of people, right? Mustache Man tried.
Sure.
He didn't succeed. Hernan Cortez succeeded.
Yeah,
He succeeded.
wild.
Everything he attempted to do, as well as then enslaving everybody else who wasn't Spanish. So to me, that would make this man much worse than 1940s German leader ever was.
Yeah.
Right? While Mustache Man is very terrible to that same extent, how many were estimated to be unalived? Sorry, the phone call there. I can find the exact number if you like. Are you talking about just in the conquest or in the aftermaths of the disease spread and things like that?
Yeah, I mean there is like March on the Tenochtitlan. There was at least thousands that they're saying.
Yeah.
Obviously way more than that though. Wikipedia.
I mean, and then like the reign of terror that he brought over these people in this period of time. While yes, it wasn't the millions who were unalive during things like the Holocaust, and wasn't this spark of war. And also, we will probably get into a debate here in a second. I have a pretty interesting view. You'll hear it in a second.
Okay.
I also love your outfit, by the way. Looks great.
Oh, thanks, man.
Yeah, for sure. How many people? trying to find this number for people.
Yeah, I mean, it's saying thousands, but there has to be more. I mean, I would think that like the population would be way
Oh, I
more,
mean, yeah, like
hundreds of
eradicating
thousands.
people. I mean, yeah, it's absolutely absurd. I'm sure you've been getting people up here just wanting to discuss the most absurd political topics.
It's mostly like vaccine people.
Oh yeah. Well, what are your thoughts on vaccines?
I mean, they're safe and effective. They're good, really good things.
I can agree with that. Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Yeah, hundreds of thousands in his conquest through Mexico and South America. Yeah, hundreds of thousands of people were.
Yeah.
Some historians suggest that this number reached or almost reached 1 million people over the time that the Spanish invasion and Spanish settlement of the South Americas. Yeah.
That makes sense.
So that's utterly insane.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you know more about politics, so we'll talk about politics now.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I mean, it's awful, man. I mean, the amount of people that were the indigenous Americans were, from Mexico all the way, to where Canada is now. It's like there's just so many people that were there that were slaughtered. It's awful.
I like how some people are like, history is insane, and some people are like, this debate is trash. Like,
yeah.
Okay. Okay, how do I put this? The United States as a whole, I'm not going to scream about you about semantics and say, Trump's bad or Obama's bad or Bush is bad. The United States has been falling into fascism since the 1940s.
Okay. Are you making like the...
Yeah, that's the claim, yeah.
Are you making like the academic, like leftist critique of like scratch a liberal and a fascist bleeds kind of thing?
No, I am talking about, by definition of what fascism is, Lawrence W. Britt's 14 Characteristics of Fascism.
Okay.
All of these things have been prevalent since the 1940s.
I don't think that you had like the absolute embodiment of the private sector and kind of like the private companies like with being of one within the governmental structure until Trump, though. I mean, I guess I can understand what your point is with some of it, but I mean some of the points maybe, but definitely with Trump now. Definitely with Trump, but I wouldn't say that the points were strong until then.
Yeah, I think that it is very fair to say that Trump could be a very decisive factor in if we do fall into fascism. I think that could be something that somebody could argue.
So you think that we're falling in it still and we still haven't gotten there?
Yeah, I think we are making a slow descent into fascism, yes. All countries do. Germany did it, Italy did it, Spain did it, Indonesia did it, Chile did it.
Okay, let's just go through the 14 points then. So 14 characteristics, the powerful and continuing nationalism. For sure, that's always been there. 2, disdain for the recognition of human rights. Because of fear of enemies and the need for security, people in fascist regime are also persuaded that human rights can be ignored in certain cases because of need.
Yeah.
So you'd see torture, summary executions, assassinations, long incarcerations of prisoners.
Mm-hmm.
So, I would say that like I
think that to some extent, yes, to the extreme of torture and execution, assassins and things like that. I don't think we're that far currently. I think that it could get there if maybe something doesn't change. I think incarceration of prisoners, yes. I think that with certain instances, right, there is a very heavy thing on, we're going to imprison you for 15 years because you did XYZ, right? While other things there's a lesser on, but I think that there is a very heavy emphasis on the incarceration of prisoners.
For sure. I mean, then Trump deporting these people to Venezuelan prisons to, be there for. I mean, that's awful. I think that there is, I think that the increase in human rights with the LBJ's Civil Rights Act, and then the queer community and gay marriage being legalized, I think that would be kind of like the blight on that one. So I think that this one would be out, but almost. I mean, it's basically the disdain for recognition of human rights, which is a unique thing where you're calling people less than human, and then now you've recognized that you can do whatever you want to them. So I think it's a little bit different.
I think that to that same extent, and I don't think it goes to the extreme of human rights. And Trump banned, was it trans people from joining the military?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is a major kind of disdain on just, free will and human choice.
Sure.
Because, I mean, you're like, oh, you want to be this? Guess what you can't do? You know what I mean? I think that's a authoritarianistic kind of look at things, and it's actually one of the ideologies you have to have for fascism to flourish.
Yeah.
But anyways, we can continue on for the next point.
Number 3, identification of enemies, scapegoats as a unifying cause. The people are rallied into a unified and patriotic frenzy over the need to eliminate a perceived common threat or foe: racial, ethnic, or religious minorities, liberals, communists, socialists, terrorists, etc. I mean, Trump does at least identifies constantly as like the Democratic haters or the liberals, and talks about castigating that constantly. And then also I would say that with the immigrant thing, the anti-immigrant xenophobia for sure.
Absolutely. I mean, I think that idea alone has been prevalent since we were founded as a country, right? First we were, all these British, got to get them out of here, this patriotic, frenzy. I mean, honestly, when you get people to rally under one cause, it can just lead to them blindly following something that they don't even truly know what it is.
Yeah. Okay, so far we had 3. Powerful and continuing fat nationalism for sure. Disdain for recognition of human rights. I don't think that one's met yet. Identification of enemy scapegoats as the unifying cause. I think that for sure happens. 4, supremacy of the military. Even when there are widespread domestic problems, the military is given a disproportionate amount of government funding, and the domestic of an agenda is neglected. Soldiers and military service are glamorized. I mean, this is sure happening with ICE, and then tanks down the roads and all these cities and everything like that.
Absolutely. I mean, that is something that is, I heard somebody try to argue me on that one time, because I do talk about this quite a bit. I'm a political science student, so I enjoy talking about these things. I like people's different opinions. Nice. One guy was like, oh, no, we don't have the supremacy in the military. I was like, why? He was like, well, because, you don't see, military, marches down the street. I was like, what are you talking about? I don't know if you've been up to date on some of the news.
Yeah, so that's definitely happening for sure. We have like the destruction of federalism in regards to like the cities being taken over by, Trump and his personal National Guard. It's insane. And I think that the supremacy of the military, especially considering the military is only at the federal level, basically in the United States. So I think it's pretty bad. Okay, 5, rampant sexism. The government of fascist nations tend to be almost exclusively male-dominated. Under fascist regimes, traditional gender roles are made more rigid. Opposition to abortion is high, as is homophobia and anti-gay legislation and national policy.
I feel like most people can answer that one for themselves. By defined there. With the opposition to abortion,
Yeah.
Homophobia, the anti-gay legislation. I mean, we just talked about, the ban on, trans people joining the military. So
Yeah.
I feel like that one definitely.
I do think that like he has, Trump has more like women in this cabinet that I think I would have thought,
Yeah.
But I think that it's because he thinks that they're easily manipulated. So
Yeah.
he wants them to be subservient to him, and so I think that it's what's up, Olivia? Nice to see you. I think it's like an ownership thing. So I don't think that they're. Oh, thank you for that. I think it's like them. Yeah, I think it's like a control thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's. I mean, it's a show. I mean, his what is this? His press secretary.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she doesn't say anything without his, approval. I mean, I think there was an interview a while ago where she was like talking about something, and then she got a call, and then she stopped talking about the thing. You know what I mean?
Thank you, Olivia. Thank you. That was very nice of you. Thank
Yeah.
you. Obsession with national security. I mean, this. Oh, sorry. First, before that, controlled mass media. Sometimes to media is directly controlled by the government, but in other cases, the media is indirectly controlled by government regulation or sympathetic media spokespeople and executive. Censorship, especially in wartime, is very common. Dude, I think the thing here is his personal attacks on media corporations. He's suing individual. Oh wow, guys, thank you so much. He's suing individual media organizations and shaking them down for enormous payouts. And we've never had a president of the United States actually sue corporations on a personal level for violations, First Amendment violations. It's insanity.
I mean, it's the things he does. I mean, he definitely tries to control the media in some way. I mean, CNN recently. I mean, they started talking about how Democrats are bad. A very Democratic swing news source. I mean, I'm pretty sure CNN was on was on his sue list. I mean, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, CNN, every media company. I mean, you had the Iowa pollster, like she was being sued. You have like X, Meta, all these companies that are just bending the knee and they're just paying him enormous sums of money in order to do it. And obviously he has his own media company, right? So that he can spout disinformation that he wants. So, okay, so that's definitely happening for sure. 7, obsession with national security. Fear is used as a motivational tool by the government over the masses. I mean, everything is national security. We're actually, if you guys didn't know, we're actually at war with Venezuela right now. That is the actual legislation or the impetus for a lot of this national security things is that they are basically having a huge an executive order signed that he thinks that we're actually being invaded by what's up, guys? Welcome in. Thank you. What's up, guys? He thinks that we're being invaded by Venezuela, which is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost to the level, and I mean, I don't compare him to 1940s Germany. I don't, because it's not that, right? It's more of Benito Mussolini. That's what I'm saying, right?
It's definitely more Mussolini and the ability for the corporations and the government to kind of just be all in one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, and even, you look at Mussolini's, deportation policies, they almost completely align with Trump's.
Yeah. What's up, guys? Welcome in. Yeah, it's insane, man. It is absolutely insane. I mean, national security. What's up? What's up, guys? Oh, wow. There's so many. What's up, guys? Whoa. What is happening? Nice. Wow, guys. Jeez. What's up? Wow. Whoa.
This guy's famous.
Wow. Thanks, guys. Thank you. Hey, welcome in. Welcome in. We were just reading the 14 points of fascism and seeing how that aligns with what's happening right now with Trump. Wow, guys. Thank you guys so much. What's up? How's it going? How was Good Trouble's stream? You guys have fun? Awesome. What's up, guys? All right. So obsession with national security for sure. Religion and government are intertwined. That's for sure happening.
I do have a point to make on that. I think that
Okay.
that's something that's been kind of prophesized, or to that's kind of some degree, right? Because I mean, Reagan, right? Ronald Reagan, he tried to do it. Bush called the invasion of Afghanistan a crusade, right? I mean, it's pretty prevalent, right? I mean, some people are just kind of blind to it.
Yeah. Brandy, I do see you in the request. We're gonna finish up in the next a couple minutes. Okay. Corporate power is protected. I mean, that's for sure. Absolutely. Labor power is suppressed. Okay, I think that we can talk about that one. This one is for sure happening. Disdain for intellectuals and the arts, the complete way that the science is being eroded, that's being gone. Obsession with crime and punishment, at least obsession with crimes. Wow, guys, thank you for the gifts. Wow. Oh
I
my
mean,
gosh,
I would say,
guys. Wow, thank you guys.
he definitely does have an obsession with the punishment. I mean, he created an entire camp for people.
Thank you guys. I know exactly. Labor power suppressed. Crime and punishment. Exactly. The all that nonsense with Alcatraz. Thank you guys. Wow. Rampant cronyism and corruption. I couldn't even get through the sentence. Welcome in, guys. Welcome in. And then fraudulent elections. I think that's an interesting one. I think the labor power is suppressed and fraudulent elections. I'm actually curious what you think about the elections one.
The elections.
Yeah.
You have an interesting point on that. I mean, through kind of just what I know, I mean, there has been some interference on a few elections, not just, Trump's or whatever it is. I mean, there's definitely been some interference on some elections. I mean, whether it be from, Russia or, wherever else, the FBI says it's from. But I think, there has been some interference in those elections, and I think that would make them fraudulent. Because, I mean, you can't have some foreign nation, playing with the United States' politics.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly, man. I think, do you think that the federalist system with the separated out federal elections are going to ensure us? Because he did put so much pressure on the 2020 elections in order to try to sway them, especially with the fake electoral college votes and that kind of stuff. I'm really worried about that.
To Dina, no, I'm not. I'm not MAGA because MAGA sounds a lot like RITR, and also Grant Germany Glory. RTIR is Restore Italy to Rome. These are fascist ideologies, fascist mottos, and to me, MAGA sounds a lot like that. So that's why I'm MAGA. No.
Gotcha. Well,
And if I'm
Levi,
calling
thanks
you-
so much, man. I appreciate you coming up. I think you're right. I think that I think Trump is a fascist. I don't think that the United States is necessarily fascist, but I do think that we are at a turning point, like in our company's our country's. See, there you go. There's the Freudian slip there. But I do think we have a huge problem that we have to address with more democracy, man. Otherwise, we're screwed.
Yeah, absolutely, man. But I appreciate you having me up. Appreciate your time. Appreciate you getting my point out.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks, Levi. Appreciate the conversation. Dude, what's up? Oh my gosh. What's up, everyone? Okay, real quick, Brandy and Nope, 1 second.
I brought an army with
What
me.
happened? What is going on, everyone? How's it going?
Okay, you're a doctor.
Yeah.
I left because Good Trouble told me I'm not allowed to drink Diet Coke anymore.
Okay.
And that really upset me, so I said I was gonna leave and I was gonna come here instead. He didn't say he was jealous. I know he was jealous, personally speaking. I know it's true. So I brought an army of nerds with me.
Is this the Diet Coke army? Is everyone drinking Diet Coke here?
This is the Good Trouble went to bed, and
nice.
I said everyone go there. He's nice and makes good content.
Nice.
And he came.
Yeah,
so
everyone's welcome, guys. Everyone, we're getting thrown in. Yeah, it's
Have you only been here like streaming for like a month?
yeah.
Wait, I was about to say dead ass. Wait, seriously?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
crazy.
yeah.
What like
I've been
why'd you
like,
start?
yeah. I was streaming on Twitch and YouTube for a little bit, for like back in 2021. But then like, I mean, it was basically me by myself, talking to the camera for the longest time, and then I was yeah, man. I was just like a month ago. I was just really depressed on how things were going and where science was headed and what was happening in the country, and felt like I could be doing more to try to help and give back, and it dusted off my old streaming stuff and then hooked it up again, and I've just been blown away with what's going on with TikTok. I had no idea. It's been like so much fun. I always like, my favorite part about doing streaming before was talking to people and just the request to join, and then the constant chat that happens. I mean, obviously text chat and stuff happens in Twitch and YouTube too, but I feel like the voice chat and that group chat dynamic is so unique with what's going on in TikTok, and I just love it. I absolutely love it.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. I think it'd be cool if one of these days you came in and paneled on GT's live. We'll
Okay.
cyberbully him into letting you in. It's a lot less. You're very nice over here.
Mm-hmm.
You're very nice over here. It's not necessarily the same. Like we don't bully people. It's just if someone throws it down, we're gonna throw it down back. So like that's very much the vibe. So it might be nice to have like a nice person there. Although you did get pretty crunk last night with Liam.
I think it's like one of those things where you can recognize pretty quickly if someone's being good faith or not, and they actually care about listening, and they actually care about like what's going on. And, if someone is legitimately having questions and stuff, like we went through for like 40 minutes, like a guy was like legitimately just had a lot of vaccine questions and he never got the opportunity to ask them. And honestly, like it was like making me emotional, because I was thinking like, this is exactly what I'm doing this for. Because a lot of people that do have legitimate science questions, they don't have that avenue. They don't know scientists. So he came on and he found my stream last night, came on today, and then had a 40-minute conversation. And he was like, you know what, maybe I will get vaccinated. And then he subbed. And I was like, what is going, like, what is going on? I couldn't believe it. I was like actually getting emotional trying to like think about like, and then you too last night too, like the idea that we're actually like reaching people and like normalizing and talking and making it science more approachable. And I think that's incredible.
Yeah, I think it's great. You should sign up for Chorus if you haven't already.
I was honestly, that was the number one thing I was talking to my wife, and I'm like, this is like the best advertisement. I was like, I actually want to do it.
Yeah, you should. Like actually, I think that would be great.
Okay.
And yeah, no, I just think that you're the coolest. I think what you're doing is super cool.
Thank you.
And we were making jokes because I've been going on GT's live for like forever. It's almost like I almost feel like me going live with someone else, it feels like I'm cheating. Like it feels wrong because it's just been so long of me just going on his live. But I don't know, like you just seem like a good dude. Like you seem like you seem like you're genuine, and you're nice, and I'm not. So it's like a nice balance. Okay, so since you're a doctor, Diet Coke. Like, how many am I allowed to drink? Like, should I drink it? Should I not? I know you're not like a MD doctor, you're a PhD doctor, but like close enough.
I mean, have you tried like seltzer waters? Do you like without the additive stuff?
It's not the same. Like, look, I know the Diet Coke is bad for me because I feel like I can't live without it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, that's a big thing. I mean, personally, so I do drink diet drinks, like especially when I'm cutting weight for jujitsu or something like that. I'll drink one for like a treat. So like I know that it's no calories, gives me a little caffeine, especially when I'm cutting, and but I limited it to like maybe once or twice a week. So I think of it kind of as a dessert, kind of like as a like an ice cream or something. But for every day, I think that it probably is probably healthier just in the long run, just to have more water, and just have like some type of putting some lemon in there. Or personally, like I actually really like just seltzer water. The seltzer water actually is way like refreshing in a way that I never thought I would like regular water, but I figured that it's actually, especially when it gets super cold and it's just fresh and it's so bubbly. I love it. It's so good.
I appreciate that. The chat is saying this because I'm a lot calmer here than I am over there. I was just yelling at him for telling me I couldn't have Diet Coke. Guys, I'm not gonna yell at Dr. Greg. This is gentle parenting. GT is like throwing your kid into the pool and tell them to figure out how to swim. Okay. Well. Okay, I guess
what's so funny, guys. I think both approaches are okay. I watch GT stuff too, and I laugh along too. It's not like so I think it's fun. I think what he does is really cool too. So yeah.
Okay. Well, I don't want to monopolize your live. I see people saying we want real Olivia, guys. I can't scare him. We just became friends.
I know.
We'll get there eventually. You'll realize, but. Anyways,
I watch his videos. So I like to watch his videos. He's like, he's one of the few TikTokers that I actually know about outside of TikTok. But when I don't actually go on TikTok that much, guys. I don't view it, So my algorithm is all messed up. But like now that we're friends and stuff, I like see his videos more often and I watch them. So, but yeah, he was one of the few that actually broke out into like the YouTube world for me. So that's kind of cool. Yeah.
That's cool. Okay, well, I just want to chat in, drop my heart me for the day.
Thank you.
Well, all right, nerds. Be nice to Dr. Greg. I'll be in the chat.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. You guys are so kind. Thank you for all the support. I appreciate you. All right, guys. Man, I love it. Thanks for coming in. Okay, guys, we got let me write down some names. So Brandy, Nope, Ado, Rainy, Doreen. I'm sorry. I think Kiss was before Doreen, so then we can go. And since we have like a big queue, we're just gonna do the 5-minute timer, okay, guys? I don't want to be rude, but I just want to get everyone a chance in. And basically, if if the 5 minutes is up, then you could request again. You can sit back in the queue and we can like talk again. But I just want to get everyone a chance to get in, okay? All right, let's do it, Brandy.
Hey,
Brandy, how's it going?
hey, it's going good. You don't want to give me a timer. I want a GT's nerds. No, I'm
Oh.
kidding. I'm totally kidding.
Okay.
No, okay, so here's my question.
Mhm.
Okay, did you see the article that came out about the shingles vaccine and also with them saying that it's good to get the shingles vaccine because it helps you to not have memory problems and dementia. Now, this
Oh.
is new. I want to know if you've seen that.
I'm saying there's large studies from Wales and other research, and there's a Nature publication talking about it.
Correct.
Okay.
So my best friend called me because I'm currently in the process of seeing at 51 if I actually have memory issues. I'm a prior cancer patient. I have taken all my vaccines. Okay. People get your vaccines.
Nice. Love
And
that. Thank you.
so, yeah. And so she messaged me and she said, "Hey, have you seen this?" And I'll tell you why this is a concern for me. Because they went in and did an MRI on my brain in August because they want to see if shingles, because I got them when I was really young and I've had them over and over and over again, has affected my brain and my blood vessels in my brain and everything else. Because I don't know if, do you know a lot about shingles? I know you have a
No,
microbiology
no,
degree.
I'm learning about it
So,
right now.
okay, so what happens is with shingles, it affects your brain, and what
Yeah.
happens is what they're saying is that it causes you to have memory issues. It causes you to have like to get dementia because what's happening is that it's affecting the blood vessels in your brain, and also it'll cause like like you can like have strokes off of shingles, like all kinds of bad stuff. So definitely once you get 50 people, get your shingles vaccine. Because what they're telling me now is because I have not had an outbreak of shingles for a year. Oh, that's really
Cool.
pretty.
Thanks, man. Wow.
If I haven't had a shingles at all for a year, that I can get the shingles shot. And so she called and told me about that. So I wanted to see your thoughts about it, if you knew anything
Yeah.
about
So
it.
I pulled up the Nature thing real quick so we can read from it. So the nootropic herpes virus may be implicated in the development of dementia. More so, neurotropic herpes virus. More so, vaccines may have an important off-target immunological effect. Here we aim to determine the effect of live attenuated herpes zoster vaccination on the occurrence of dementia diagnoses. And then they went through the methods. And then here's the money part. Using the comparison groups in a regression discontinuity design, we show that receiving the zoster vaccine reduced the probability of new dementia diagnosis over a follow-up period of 7 years by 3.5 percentage points, which was within the 95% confidence interval, corresponding to a 20% relative reduction. So that's huge.
That's
Wow,
huge, right?
20%. That is
Yes.
very big. This protective
So,
effect was stronger among women than men. So we
yes,
successfully confirm our findings in a different population and
yes,
using an outcome that is closely related to dementia, but less reliant on the timely diagnosis of dementia by the healthcare system. So wow. So that's why people are talking more about all this stuff. Like
yes,
because everyone's talking about the shingle
correct.
vaccines, and I was like, I don't understand
Yes.
why.
Yeah, that's why. So I wanted to tell you about that because I thought, oh, I think Dr. Greg would be very interested in
Yeah,
this.
that's
And
really
I wanted
cool.
to know your opinion about it and what you thought about it. And so I know I'm running out of time, but if you want to do some research about it, you
Yeah.
want to have me come up about it, and I think I'm going to go and get it because if they tell me that my brain looks okay and everything's going okay, and they come back and say, because I had cancer treatment, I had chemo, of course, chemo brain, right?
Uh-huh.
And so chemotherapy, I don't know if you know that affects your brain. And
Mm-hmm.
so we don't know if my brain issues are from the chemotherapy that I had,
Hmm.
but I've come out of that like fog and everything that you get with
Yeah.
chemo brain. So I'm just trying to figure out if I take this, if it will protect me and my memory, by taking the shingles vaccine now at 50 years old. Because that
Hmm.
that that vaccine is very expensive, but if you can get it paid for, it's not as expensive, right? If
Yeah.
you have insurance, it's not cheap to get that vaccine, but I highly recommend it. Y'all don't want shingles, I will tell you
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I would look into I'd also look into the COVID booster too, because that long
I
COVID can
take those.
trigger good. Yeah, it
Yes.
could trigger
What
chronic
does that
fatigue
do?
syndromes. You know what? I'll
Yes.
put this in the Discord. We have a submission, a topic or article submission, and I'll make a video
Yeah.
or something about it. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you bringing this up and making me look it up. So thank you.
You're welcome anytime. Okay, bye, Dr. Greg.
Cool. Bye. Thank you. All right, Brandy. Thank you. All right, Nope. Whoa, LT, thank you. Whoa, thank you so much. Oh, 12-month subscription. Thank you so much, guys. Man, you guys are being so kind. Thank you so much. Wow. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much. Okay, Nope is not um we'll give Nope a couple more seconds here. Thank you. Welcome in, LT. Welcome in. Make sure to Linktree in my profile has all the Discords. You can join up, or you can through the subscriber perks. There's a Discord there that you can join in. Yeah, hang out. Come hang out. All right. All right. Rainy. Oh, okay. Yeah, Rainy. Rainy Daisy, how's it going?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good.
I have one quick funny question and then an actual question.
Mhm.
I just need to check to see how good my radar is. Are you Mormon?
No, I grew up
Okay.
Christian.
Well, my radar's off then. Okay. And then my actual question is, I just moved from neurology medical research into cancer
Oh, cool.
research, and which my heart really belongs in neurology and neuroscience. So
Okay.
I'm curious what your favorite fun fact is on like the latest research on the brain.
Man, I'm so sorry. I'm a microbiologist. I like do the microbe
Uh,
stuff. I'm not a mammal person. I am I am a mammal person, but I'm not like a mammal researcher in that. But man, let's see. Mammal fact or brain fact. I don't know.
okay, or I'll give you an easier one if you
Okay.
want instead.
Oh no, I got it. I got it.
Oh,
The gut
perfect.
microbiome, the gut brain connection.
Okay, yeah,
That's
I
like
do
super
remember.
cool.
Yeah, because
That
yeah,
was
and
close.
when because when you learn about like the parasympathetic system and
Mm-hmm.
like how the or not the trigeminal nerve, the vagus nerve, and how it's like interlinked with all that stuff, it's like how is this not obvious
Mm-hmm.
beforehand how interlinked they are? But
I know it's the like the immune response.
mhm,
There's so many like different things, and yeah, it's just it blows my mind how awesome our gut is, and I do worry about like in general antibiotics, like and I think antibiotic if they get prescribed to you guys, you got to take them. You know, what I mean, it is a good
yeah,
thing, but I do think that that is kind of like the next generation and care is like taking care of. Whoa, caffeine! Thank you for the subscription. Wow, wow, thank you guys so much. This is amazing. Um, thank you guys. Caffeinated. Um, I think like we're gonna have more common like sequencing of our gut microbiome populations, like especially in a hospital setting, because then you could like actually stem MRSA outbreaks and the staph infections. You know, you can actually
mhm,
be more aligned, kind of like with what's actually happening with your entire body. You know, by like going and you know actually doing that sequencing, and that would be like a really interesting way of getting that whole body, the brain and that mental health aspect too.
have you seen how like the latest research on the fascia is really coming out with even more on the interlink between the gut and the brain, and how like we've kind of just treated fascia as like slap it back in and it'll be fine, but in reality it has a nerve system and a blood work system that runs through it that's connecting it so much more than we're realizing.
Wow.
That one's really cool. And then
Yeah.
also
So
I think
they got a paper here, so we can fascia as a regulatory system in health and disease. So
mhm.
neurology and connective tissue are intimately interdependent systems and are critical in regulating many of the body's systems. Unlocking their multifaceted relationship can transform clinical understanding of the mechanisms involved in multisystemic regulation and dysregulation. The fascia system is highly innervated and rich with blood vessels, lymphatics, and hormonal neurotransmitter receptors. Wow, interesting. So, given its
Right?
ubiquity, fascia may serve as, quote, watchmen, receiving and processing information on whole body health. Wow, that's really
Mhm.
cool. Um, I guess I guess I'm so like, what is exactly the fascia? What is?
Oh, the fascia is like it's like a super thin outer coating, not
Oh,
coating,
yeah,
I
that's
don't,
what I
it's like a
thought.
mesh. It's
That's
like
what
a
I
mesh
thought. I'm
that
like,
holds all
what?
your
Like, what? That's
organs
wild.
and muscles. And like it's what's
Yeah.
wrapped around your ribs is like the easiest one to
Oh,
relate it to. But
dude,
yeah, it covers like everything.
that's crazy because I do barbecue. So I'm like ripping off the
Yep,
fascia. I'm
yep,
ripping off the fascia.
that's it.
I know, yeah, the skin. Um
Mhm.
oh dude, what's up?
It's like a
Marissa,
cool mesh.
thank you guys so much. Kimmy's trays. Kimmy, thank you guys. Thank you, man. Wow.
Mm.
I'm
Oh,
so
I'm out of time,
I'm
but
so thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys. That is
thanks for
so
nerding out
cool.
with me.
Yeah, I'm wow, that gave me something to think about. I'll think about this. I'll think about this. This is really
One
cool.
of
Thank you
my
so
favorite
much.
rabbit holes. No problem. Have a good
Yeah,
night.
have a good one. Wow, guys, I'm so blown away. Thank you guys so much for supporting the stream and supporting our little science community here. This is amazing. Thank you, for real. It is, man. TikTok is fire. TikTok community has been so awesome. It's been really fun. Yeah, Kimmy, I agree. All right. Oh, whales. Oh, thank you. Thank you. All right. Thank you guys. Okay, so I think it was Doreen first. Doreen and then no, Kiss. Sorry. There you are. Kiss Loretta, how's it going?
Everybody. Very good, thank you. I want to just welcome you to the TikTok family.
Oh, thank you.
As a retired public health nurse, I've waited for somebody like you to be on TikTok. It is amazing that you're here, and thank you so much.
Oh, man.
And just on a couple of things that the other people had said about shingles.
Mm-hmm.
Shingles is not the standard of care to get the shot unless you're high risk before the age of 60. That's when you don't have to pay as much when you go to get your vaccine. It's also a 2-series vaccine, and you must be on time. You cannot lapse beyond a certain period of time. I had my first vaccine for shingles. I got deathly ill.
Oh, wow.
I was sick in bed, couldn't move for 3 days, which sort of threw me for a loop because I've never had even that kind of reaction to my COVID vaccines. So my question is, if I'm having that kind of reaction on a first one, what am I going to have on a second?
Oh, man. That's a good question.
Should I even get it? Should I attempt to try it? Because now I would have to do it again. I would have to get the whole series all over again.
That's a really interesting question. I have no idea. Yeah, administered 2 to 6 months apart. I wonder if they have the same. I'm not a medical doctor, and this is not a medical device. Exactly. That is the thing I should say.
It is micro, and that's why I just didn't know.
Yeah.
And I'm also an expat, so I live overseas. I moved here. I've been in the EU now for 3 years, just over 3 years. And here I have
here we go.
social medicine.
It says if you miss your second Shingrix dose and more than 6 months have passed since the first shot, you do not need to restart the series. You should get the second dose as soon as possible, though.
Okay, I will do that then, because here it is free.
Oh, dude, Yahtzee, that's amazing.
Yeah, so it is quite good. Also, the Diet Coke comment.
Yeah.
Do not drink any soda.
Okay.
Period, people. Done. I have been without any kind of Diet Coke, Diet Pepsi since my kids were little. When I ever heard on one of the continuing education courses that I took that 1 can of soda equals 3 cups of coffee, just in the caffeine content, not even the sugar content, I said, hell no, it's out of my house.
Yeah.
So I haven't drank anything. Sorry, Olivia. I know that's a big bummer for you, but it really isn't good. In the EU, it's different. The sugar content of everything here is much different. I had lost about 25 pounds in my first 3 months being here, just because the sugar content in everything is so depleted that the weight falls off. It's wonderful.
Interesting. Yeah, this
Um,
extra kcals add up for sure.
yeah. So I also subscribe to you.
Oh, thank you so much.
I will be following you. I'm going to get
Oh,
notifications now. I am so happy.
dude,
And welcome to our community.
thank you so much. I have a soft space in my heart for my wife and my mom are both nurses, and so thank you guys so much for what you do, and I don't think that nurses and their contribution to society are elevated enough. So I just have the camera on me. You're honestly the person that's actually making the work and doing the right things, and I appreciate you being out there.
Thank you very much. It was 37 years of joy, and I loved it, and I wouldn't have done it if it hadn't been for doctors in research like yourself. So thank you very much for your contribution to our community.
Thank you.
So
Thank you for saying
have
that.
a
I really
great
appreciate that.
day, everybody. It's 9 o'clock in the morning here, so we will be talking soon.
All
Thank you
right.
very
I
much.
can't wait. Yeah, please join soon and request again soon. Thank you so much.
I will.
All
I
right.
will.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Bye-bye
Loretta.
now.
Bye. All right. Wow. Give it up, guys. Give it up for public health workers, man. Just give it up. Isn't that incredible? Like what they do, and selflessly during the pandemic, doing whatever they could to help whoever they could, trying their best, and not seeing their own families, spending their time with people as they need it. I feel like we asked them to do it all for us, and we kind of left them out. And there's lots of people that are still have PTSD that still live with what happened, and yeah, give it up, man. Give it up for them. Those are the real heroes for sure. All right, Doreen. Oh, I'm sorry, T Smalls. Yeah, exactly. It's people don't talk about it. Hi, Doreen. How's it going? Oh, awesome sakes. Yeah, Sparks. Yeah, I agree. She might be asleep. Is she sleeping? Okay. Well, she didn't come up on the little thing. She's asleep. All right, guys. All right, 8-0. Guys, friend of the show, 8-0.
Hello.
He's my real life friend, guys. He's actually, this is real, guys. This is my guild master from World of Warcraft. This is
It's not embarrassing, I promise. It's only a little bit embarrassing.
It's true. We used to raid Wrath of the Lich King, and I played a fierce feral cat, guys.
Very fierce.
Top of the meters every single time.
I definitely did not take his advice just because he's a doctor. Well, maybe a little bit.
Didn't happen. That did not happen. What's up, brother? How's it going, man?
Hey, dude, great stream, obviously.
Dude,
just
you know what's crazy is yesterday I was like, bro, I had a feeling. I was like, woke up today. I'm like, today's stream is gonna be even better. I don't know why, but I was so pumped. I was talking to my wife. I'm like, today's gonna be even better. I don't know why, but and then it actually happened, and it's just so cool, man. I don't know. There's
hard to top though. Hard to top because
I
last night
know.
was really good.
Guys, yeah, last night was pretty funny. It was pretty good. The YouTube live archive, it has the Liam discussion. I think it's like after 2 hours. It starts at 2 hours, and then Liam and Olivia come, and it was.
If you haven't watched it, definitely jump on that one,
it's
guys.
really funny.
It's just as like a podcast or driving in, throw that one on the YouTube block, and you'll have a good time listening. 100%.
My mic was all messed up. My settings were all messed up. I feel so embarrassed, but it was epic.
I didn't even notice.
I know. I was yelling.
I mean, I'm
like,
talking to my
the problem is
AirPods,
I'm talking right now, but then I yell, and then it's like, so then I need to. I'm trying to limit her and gate and figuring it all out.
Well, we're here for the yelling.
Yeah, exactly.
I just wanted
need to
come
push it away, push the mic away.
Yeah, exactly. Like hit the mute button for a second. But I just
Yeah.
wanted to come on a quick second.
Yeah.
At the beginning of the segment tonight, we talked about radio frequencies.
It does, Tina. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a gentleman on here who was talking about how you can go into a med bay, and have your body kind of like irradiated by
This doesn't work,
frequencies.
guys. They're too big. They're too big for your body. They're not going to
Well,
work.
yeah. So I'm not like a radio frequency engineer, but I
Uh-huh.
actually am a radio frequency engineer. I work for like a major television outlet.
Oh, yeah, yeah. This is
Um,
interesting.
Yeah, so I do the uplink downlink of like major sporting events,
Uh-huh.
major news events. Like we bring in feeds, we broadcast them out. If you get a feed on like DirecTV, Dish, wherever it goes, including streaming, obviously nowadays, but for the most part, my job for the last about 12 years has been to bring in feeds, broadcast them out to other affiliates, other representatives, and send that out that way. We have a major satellite farm on our property.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and just to throw this outlier out here really quick, like part of the World Health Organization, they did classify RF radiation as a possibly carcinogenic to humans, but this
Really
was just
interesting.
this was a precautionary classification based on like a limited amount of events in some studies, but it wasn't a definitive proof. But I do want to throw out a little bit of proof of like it being safe, and maybe this is like not necessarily proof, but like my own understanding of it
Mm-hmm.
um, is that historically we've used C band, and newer we're using K band. So for people who don't know, C band is a lower frequency and K band is a higher frequency.
Gotcha.
Um, and in my experience of work, all my coworkers, and I'm 37, I have multiple coworkers over 60 who have worked at the same plant for 30 plus years.
Yeah.
None of them have developed cancer. None of the people that work in the same lot have had the same issue of increased amounts of cancer. And this would be a multi-billion-dollar organization
Yeah.
having to deal with this. If this was like a proven fact that higher frequencies were causing cancer, they would have had to absolutely be paying this out. This would have been some huge class action lawsuit. I'm part of a union.
Yeah.
It's called the National Broadcasters Union, and this would have been documented. My experience of all my coworkers is that there's no restriction in any of the buildings near our Earth station. The Earth station is what we call our satellite farm.
Mm-hmm.
Right next to our Earth station is the building where they house all the writers. All of the writers for all of the major shows that come up. And just think of some major shows, I guarantee some of them are there.
Mm-hmm.
If there was any sort of proof, they would have moved these high assets to something anywhere not right next to these high frequency radiation areas.
Yeah.
And we talk about radiation, like we're not talking about radiation like gamma waves. We're not talking about radiation like
Yeah.
even as far as like ultraviolet light or the sun.
Yeah, guys, we you can check out like the size of electromagnetic radiation waves. I'm putting it in the general in Discord. Like, guys, it's we know what wavelengths actually change the body, right? We know what it is. That's the ultraviolet ones. That's what changes your DNA in your skin cells. That's what sunburn is. So sunburn is when your DNA is changed by the ultraviolet light enough that your body actually rejects those skin cells now and it sloughs
You
those
start
cells
shedding
off.
it.
Yeah. So we know that. So we know ultraviolet can change your DNA. Thank you. X-rays are already used in, X-rays. We know about that. Gamma rays are even smaller, okay, and they're used to kill cells. And then as you go up, then it's visible light, infrared light, microwaves, radio. Like as you're getting up, you're getting bigger and bigger to the point where radio waves are kilometers in length. We're talking instead of at the scale of 500 to 100 nanometers, we're talking a kilometer, guys. These are gigantic waves.
Massive.
So the idea that they're going to intercalate into your DNA, like there just isn't any. No, there's no things about the 5G. No, there's no evidence for that.
Well, we could talk about 5G really quick.
Okay,
actually.
sure. Yeah.
So let's talk about 5G really fast for a quick second.
Sure.
5G is is one other type of radio frequency. And traditionally, we actually use these to broadcast on these frequencies.
Oh, interesting. I didn't realize that.
We are no longer allowed to broadcast on these. And before all
For
the
the chatter, I'm
conspiracy
sure.
theorists jump on this, we aren't allowed to broadcast on these because the government took them over to use them.
Yeah. You don't
And
want to.
so
Yeah, you don't want to like
they know
chatter
that
them.
they're safe and more effective. And so they're taking those away from the public sector and putting them into the government so that they can use them for military adventures and all sorts of other things. And so, if we're talking about like 5G radio towers that are like these fake trees that sit outside the freeway, these
Uh-huh.
are not going to give you cancer. Like these are being taken away by the government to feed the cell phone infrastructure
Mhm.
and to increase the speed based upon that. And additionally, in the military, they want these, and we had to put filters on our satellite dishes. They were the red and blue filters that we used in order to take that away from satellite transmission, which people are using less and less. It's more like your grandparents, so on and so forth, using it for their DirecTV downlinks. And so, sorry, really quickly, uplink and downlink. Uplink is when my facility or another similar facility puts a signal up onto a spacecraft. That
Mhm.
spacecraft then has a reflective dish, for lack of a better term, which there is a better term, but one that for what that's in layman's terms. That let's just go ahead and call it an umbrella. That
Mhm.
umbrella then catches that and shoots it back towards the Earth. Then
Hmm.
you catch it in your small dish that's on top of your house. And so these frequencies aren't just based upon like where you are, they're hitting your entire national area.
Hmm.
So this is not like, oh, 5G is just now hitting me. Like these frequencies have been used forever. Forever.
That's wild. I
So
never thought about
yeah,
that.
now that they're just coming out of like an area that's like generally populous, like, oh, I'm just
Mhm.
shooting it out of like a fake tree on the I-101. This was already being shot down to you from a satellite in space. So
Wow.
understand that this has been happening for the last 40, 50 years.
Wow, that's really interesting. I've never thought about it like that. Um yeah, wow, that's a really interesting point, man. I never thought about it. Like the um and so that it is just like the conspiracy thing. I mean, it's just that people are
Sure. I mean,
afraid of
well,
what they don't
once
know.
again,
And
we go back to the WHO, right? They've
yeah.
classified RF radiation as possibly carcinogenic to
Oh yeah.
humans.
Oh yeah. So I
But
looked up into that real quick. Just real
yeah,
quick. The WHO classified radio frequency electromagnetic fields as group 2B, quote, possibly carcinogenic to humans in 2011 based on limited evidence of an increased risk for certain brain cancers and
oh,
acoustic neuroma associated with heavy mobile phone use. However, the US FDA concluded there is insufficient evidence to support a causal link between RF radiation and tumors, and other organizations emphasize that RF radiation is non-ionizing, meaning it does not have enough energy to directly damage DNA like ionizing radiation does. Dang. Don't you love
that
it
kind
when
of
we
speak
when we just like make
that speaks for itself.
that? Yeah, exactly. That's we get lucky sometimes. You know what I mean? That's what
We do.
we get lucky. We get
And to build upon that, we've been talking about 5G and how the cell phone towers have been taking it over. A little bit lesser known information that's been happening for the last about, I want to say 8 to 10 months.
Mhm.
The FCC is taking over in the next 2 years all C-band antenna frequencies.
Hmm.
And this is like your general, like standard frequencies that you use to downlink off of your house, direct TV dish, so on and so forth. Standard uh, radio frequencies that allow you to watch television. And once again, the FCC is taking these so that they can appropriate it for their own means, which
Yeah.
means that they know that it's safe. They know that it's something that they can use to transmit things that are extremely important or on a more encrypted bypass. So just because we're broadcasting something up to the satellite and it's coming back down and it's hitting your brain, it doesn't mean that you can actually see these things. This is not an over-the-air antenna. The over-the-air antennas that you see are up on the mountains. You can see them. They're these massive arrays. They kind of look like a T structure,
Yeah.
with metal. Um, those you can get without any sort of encryption. the current day use of C-band and the current 5G that is being used, that is all encrypted, like from end to end. And so you're only allowed to use these things if you have a code, which is called like a BIS code in traditional sense,
Uh-huh.
which is like one fixed code for an event. Or there's other things. There's other ways of encryption. One of them is called Erdetto, which is every 10 seconds this code changes, and you have to have a actual device um, inside the uplink or the downlink system that continually syncs. And if it loses a sync, it'll just go to a fixed key where it stays on the last key that it got.
Mm-hmm.
But just because it's broadcasting doesn't mean you're going to be able to watch it. But it does mean that those frequencies are still going to be hitting you.
Interesting. So yeah, they're just ubiquitous, and they've already been like hitting you, and you haven't even noticed them, and
You're never going to notice them.
Notice them.
Yeah,
So,
it's not a physical feeling you can get.
Yeah.
Like maybe if you're Spider-Man, I don't know. I'm
we're
not
trying.
him.
That's how we're trying,
Yeah.
guys. We're trying.
Well, if I get enough vaccines,
Apparently, there's
maybe.
like the Walmart shrimp that has 1/100th the amount of radiation that they need. So you just need to eat 1,000 pounds of the radioactive Walmart shrimp.
Well, the problem with that is the fact that if I eat 1,000 pounds of Walmart shrimp, it might actually be worse than drinking 100 gallons of water. So I'm probably going to die either way.
Or one Diet Coke. Or one Diet Coke.
Or one Diet Coke a day. Which I'm relatively certain one Diet Coke a day is a treat. Dude, go for it. 100%.
Exactly. Yeah, bro.
If you walk out in the sun for 10 seconds, it's probably about the same thing.
Yeah, it's okay. Well, Ado, thank you, bro.
Yeah.
Thank you that was so sick. That was so cool, like in your expertise too. So I appreciate you coming on and talking about something. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And hey, cancer is no joke. You know, be careful about it. You know, I've lost a lot of people that I know to cancer, and my mom has cancer, and you know that, you know, I'm sure everybody out there's thought they've had testicular cancer at one time or another. But yeah, you know, watch yourself and be careful. But you know, at the same time, understand that there's a lot of evidence and things that you can do, and check with your doctor. Always check with your doctor.
Yeah, dude. T Smalls, dude. Look at what I did. So this is me. This is the actual what I actually use. I hit a broad spectrum. Boom, right there, guys. You just add it in your lotion because I'm old, so I have to use lotion, guys. So I just use SPF 15 in it, and it just bam. That's it. So,
Wishy-washy.
Wishy-washy. All right, Ado. Thanks for hopping on, man. I appreciate you, bro.
Thank you. I don't know how to drop off, so just go ahead
you.
and kick me.
All right, guys. We're going to do Blues Man, Food, and then NB. Guys, friend of the show. There you go. Thank you so much. Yeah, probably LT. Yeah, I think I constantly am putting it on, so it's not like a once a day thing. So I'll put it on, and then once I wash my hands, I'll put it on again. So it's all good. Blues Man.
Hey, am I here?
Blues Man, how's it going?
Hey, good to meet you.
Good to meet you, man.
I've been popping in the last couple of nights. I found your stream, and
Cool.
it's pretty cool. Pretty cool.
Sweet. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I appreciate the way you handle some of these people. It's you seem to have a lot of patience, which is a virtue for sure.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yeah. So there's a couple of topics I guess I could hit on,
Mm-hmm.
but since you're talking about health related stuff, what do you make of all this chaos with RFK and the total destruction of normalcy right now that's going on out there? I mean, how do we fight the misinformation and deprogram these people that have bought into the Kool-Aid? I mean, I don't know how we get out of this mess.
Yeah. It's tough, man. I mean, it's tough when you actually have like the HHS. I mean, September is probably going to be when they drop this their vaccine autism link that they've been talking about, that it's going to all come out in. It's so wild. There was actually a Denmark study that followed 1.2 million children and aluminum in vaccines and looked at if there was any link between any neurodivergence or anything, and nothing was found. So instead of actually addressing the study with their own CDC or FDA or HHS study, like he can do since he's the head of the friggin' agency, he just went and tried to get it canceled by getting it retracted, and he started begging the journal in order to get it pulled. So, these people don't care about science. They don't care about the scientific method. It's just an ideological war, and they want servitude, right? They don't care about the science and everything like that. So, what you do
that's
though?
right. No,
go ahead, go for it.
and that's true of many of the cabinet appointees. I mean, look at the the education director, right? I mean, she was married to a wrestling WWF.
Yeah.
It's just so bizarre to me that people just have gone down this rabbit hole and they don't seem to be able to come out of it. You would think logic at some point, science and logic would mean something,
Yeah.
but this systematic, literally programming and brainwashing of telling everybody how bad everything is, it's all fear mongering. This whole thing, I'm just concerned from a societal standpoint of how do we fix this, even if Trump moves on, right? I mean, how do we take these people that have this false belief system and get them back into reality? I'm really concerned about what it looks like out there.
Yeah, man, I'm totally with you. It's one of those things where it's going to take time. I don't know. There really isn't any other, I think it's about multifaceted, where we need to have a national science education. We need a Department of Education, right? We need to get that back and it to actually make sense, and actually have science being taught in all the states. We need to have science communicators going out and actually having discussions and stuff like that, because you have to meet people where they are. And
Right.
I think that's the biggest problem, is that as scientists we kind of put out the publications, we do the research, and then we say it's published, it's out there, you figure it out, kind of thing. And the journals, which you pay, by the way, you pay enormous amounts of money in order to publish into their journals. They need to be producing content that is easily digestible, like Nature, Science, Cell. These are organizations that have huge amounts of budgets for editing, for visuals, for video, all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And they need to be putting out videos and stuff, digesting what their major findings are. So that's another thing. It's just but it can't all be on scientists, because the skills necessary to become a scientist isn't the same as being a science communicator.
Right.
It's just completely different. You're doing different stuff, different skill set, different equipment, different time. So it is tough. I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I was going to just say one more quick thing, and we can get somebody up here. Related to this, today I heard something on the news about an investment by the Democratic Party to try to put out, facts about the tariffs and different things that are affecting. And I've always wondered why we're not seeing, Congress people in the Senate and the House, just constantly. Why aren't they up on these broadcast networks talking about this stuff all the time? It just seems that we rely on the news people, and of course they don't have credibility in today's world.
Yeah.
At least that's what they're being told. I think it's the same. What we see on the other side is they all rally around a specific point, and they all say the same thing. They're in lockstep.
Yeah.
And if you say something enough times, people are going to believe it. And I don't know how. Again, it's really concerning to me of how we get people to wake up and see what's going on. And I'm not defending Democrats. There's things that certainly they blew it on. But this and our two-party system has been weaponized. That's the whole thing, is that we've at this point the two parties can't get along. They're pointing fingers at each other, and if we don't get together, we're not going to solve the problem. And that's just the reality of it.
I agree.
It's just disconcerting to me. So
Yeah, in general, like I usually recommend, like how I read the news is like I'll use a news aggregator to see what's actually happening. But then if they're talking about a report or a paper or something like that, like I just go to the actual source. So for like the
Right.
Walmart radioactive shrimp stuff, I was like, oh, I found that this was in the news, and then I just went to the FDA's website to actually read their actual report, and it was very illuminating. Because then I went back to the CNN article and I was like, oh man, this is actually kind of almost dangerous with how they're just quoting RFK here when the actual FDA is saying that the levels were like at 86 and it wasn't reported until like 5,000 that they even cared about it. So it was like dramatically lower than even their minimum that was they cared about reporting it. But you had RFK going out there and saying that this is a big deal and we found this and this cesium and is mutated and we found it in these shipments and it's being spread all across the United States, which it wasn't true at all. It wasn't.
Right.
There was one shipment. It didn't go into any place, and it was a super small amount that wouldn't even triggered. Like it's just it does require people to kind of like slow down their news consumption, I would say, but go deeper on the issues that you do follow. So, like if that report is a couple hundred pages, maybe it takes you 2 or 3 days to go through it, and that's okay. You're going to be fine, guys. You're not going to have, instead of you reading 1,000 titles, if you just dove deeply into one report, and I think it's actually more healthy for your brain to assimilate knowledge at a deeper level, and that's how you'll start kind of like thinking about issues more deeply too. Your nuance will grow in a scenario versus just popcorn going one issue, and
But you're wired that way. You're wired
maybe
to, yeah, and I don't think a lot of the population is. It appears not to be. So
yeah. I mean, I think you're right, but I also think that like the AI algorithms and all those things do push people for fast news, and I think you're right
Yeah.
in the fact that it's easy. Conspiracies are taking hold now because it's easy to brainworm people when you have an AI that learns your specific thing and they're trying to take over your brain. And it does. They do. They know really easily what
That's
gets
true.
you going. So I think
That's true.
I think that's a big thing. There is a weird element where you can maybe have like an AI agent in the future that could like help people walk them through, to ask questions. Like for example, I mean, it is a cesspool, but X, when I do go on there really rarely, I'll look at the comments and people will be like, Grok, what's the actual news of this? What's the importance or something? And it'll actually give like an actual pretty good, thank you. Thanks for coming in, guys. They'll actually give you a really good summation of the idea. And I'm like, whoa, like Grok's comment was actually the best part of this entire thread. That I'm really happy that he was there, like that it was, resourced there. But obviously it has a huge systemic problem, right? With AI and the information that it's coming from and the ethics of it. And it's like the outcomes of it are wildly, swayable, right? Because like Elon apparently has messed with it, but even still, I think it's actually kind of interesting that Grok still will like correct Elon, or he'll correct and say information that you'll see people getting really mad about. They're like, no, without your liberal sources, Grok, like what is it actually, And it's like, I think that there's kind of like what's happening. I mean, this is a conspiracy. I'm not an AI researcher. I have no idea what's going on. This is just my thoughts, but I feel like the neural networking that happens within an LLM kind of tends to towards the truth almost, where you kind of like have it putting these words together, word association games. That's kind of how it works. They're going to
Interesting.
Go ahead.
No, to say it's interesting because the whole AI. So I'm in a digital marketing space, and we use AI for various things. Either to write copy, to reply to online reviews, different kinds of applications of AI, and I'm an older guy. I'm turning 66, so I'm
Okay.
kind of I'm kind of an outlier in the space that I tend to work in. But because they're all 30-year-olds, but but the it's just it's interesting what the potential of the future of AI is, both from a standpoint of production and efficiency, but there's also the downside of AI, of what it's going to do to the job market and
That's
those people
awful.
that and I don't think society is aware of or seriously considering or thinking about really how it's going to affect 5 years from now. Just 5 years from now, it's going to look completely different out
Oh, yeah.
there in terms of researchers and paralegals and teachers and people in those different sectors. So
Absolutely.
I just hope that we have to first solve the problem, I think, of we have to try to get together somehow and stop this division thing, and then try to be more empathetic to people who are in worse situations that do need help and so
Yeah.
forth. And I don't know. I have a kind of bleak outlook, but I'm
Yeah.
trying to stay positive on
Yeah,
the
me too.
future. So I just thought, go ahead.
No, I agree, man. I agree. I mean, hopefully, I mean, when I was, I've been on the internet since like 90, 98, 99, and I
Okay,
was
yeah,
like, oh my gosh, this is like, everyone's going to know everything. And I was like, this is
right,
amazing. And with the world of information at people's fingertips, they still tend towards conspiracy because it's easy to understand, and I think you gotta push people. I think it's honestly taking apart a lot of these algorithms and stuff. But I mean, I gotta say, I mean, you guys are algorithmically here, so it's kind of like
right.
hilarious. But yeah, I do think I would sacrifice this if we could somehow create a better and more sustainable media ecosystem, because right now I don't think that it is. So
Yeah, yeah. I'm not sure of where things are. I mean, again, I'm at an age where I don't have young children in the game, and but it's very disconcerting to see what's happening to America right now and direction things are going. We've lost empathy. We
losing you, cutting out, man. All right, Blues man, thank you for coming in, man. I think you lost connection. I think you cut out there. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Okay, Food Pups, I saw you. You're next up, dude. I don't understand what's going on. Hi, how's it going?
Grand Rising. Happy Saturday. This is my real voice. I'm 29. I have my credit card, my passport. Let's move on. How are you doing today?
Good, good.
I want to talk about something very
Do you have any science
important.
questions?
I actually do. So I want to speak about having a mother that's a B positive and a dad that's a O positive, and I'm an A negative. And I found out this because I had a horrible car accident.
Okay.
And so my papa, which is an O,
Uh-huh.
showed up at the hospital, and I was obviously incapacitated, and my mother's there, and the doctor says he can't give you a transfusion.
Uh-huh.
And that's how I found out people lie about their SMEX life.
Oh, okay.
So can you explain why my O and my B doesn't make an A negative scientifically?
I mean, it's like a Punnett square thing, but I don't, it
And
sounds like
basically,
it
you
sounds like there
cheated
was,
on somebody.
yeah, yeah, that sounds like it.
So
That was
I'm
actually
gonna
happening.
I'm gonna take it deeper. You're not a gynecologist, la la la. I am actually a chimera. I observed my twin in utero. I am
Oh,
a twin, and I have my brother. And if you do my genetic, like, or when I had my car accident,
uh-huh.
they thought I had a negative blood.
Mhm.
It turns out I had my brother's blood, which is actually a B.
Oh, interesting. Huh.
Still a chimera. Can you explain that to those others? But I am actually intersmex. I'm a hermaphrodite as well. But there are many versions of intersmex people, as well as you being a scientist. I thought this would be really fun for you to talk about because people don't understand it.
Chimera people. Yeah, I have heard about that. A human chimera is a subset. A human chimera is a human with a subset of cells with a distinct genotype than other cells, that is, having a genetic chimerism. In contrast, an individual where each cell contains genetic material from a human and an animal cell is called a human-animal hybrid, while an organism that contains a mixture of human and non-humans would be a human-animal chimera. So, natural chimerism, non-intentional chimerism. Oh, here we
I
go.
ate my brother in
Several
utero.
cases of chimera phenomenon have been reported in bone marrow recipients. So in 2019, the blood and seminal fluid of a man in Reno, Nevada, who had undergone a vasectomy, exhibited only the genetic content of his bone marrow donor. Swabs from his lips, cheeks, and tongue showed mixed DNA content. The DNA
That's what
content.
happened to me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
They
exactly.
tried to give me a blood transfusion and almost unalived me because it was my brother's DNA that was actually injured, and I was completely like dormant.
Yeah, here's another person. The DNA in 2008, a man was killed in a traffic accident that occurred in Seoul, South Korea. A DNA analysis to identify him revealed that his blood, along with some of his organs, appeared to show that he was female. It was later determined that he had received a bone marrow transplant from his daughter. So so basically the genome of those cells were changed. So that's wild.
Isn't that cool?
Yeah, that's really
I'm
interesting.
pretty much an actual human X-Men.
Exactly. That's cool.
That's how I like to explain it to people. It's not a weird thing. I am not a actual hermaphrodite. I'm actually chimera because I ate my twin. And so when I was in trauma, he performed and his blood. And then when I was able to come out, totally different blood. Yeah, completely different.
Yeah, it's
How
interesting.
cool is that?
That is very different. That is very different.
And I'll send you anything you want to look at to prove I have meat in my sandwich, boots on the ground.
Okay.
I don't want to be this way, but I
Okay.
find it really interesting that people find it so weird, but you believe in aliens and
Okay.
Santa Claus.
All right, thank you. All right, thanks for coming on. That was a really cool thing to talk
Bye.
about human chimeras. Thank you. Bye. All right, Amy. Hi, Amy. How's it going?
Good. How's it going?
Good. Thank you.
I don't know. I'm good. I don't know if you talk about this. I'm super science nerd. So what are you working on? Like, what are you doing in your microbiology life at the moment? Anything exciting?
I mean, I did my PhD on delivering DNA to algae chloroplasts using nanotechnology. So that's probably like a pretty interesting thing, I guess, that I've personally done. But then I worked recently at a biotechnology company making yeast strains. So basically genetically modifying yeast so that they make more protein that we would want.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Do you have any science nerdy, not too academic journals that people are interested in, like studying? Like, it shows up on my Apple News feed, all this stuff, and you don't really know what to believe. Like, what would you recommend someone read?
I honestly, I would say go to Science Mag or Nature News, and then those are like the premier science organizations in the world for publications. And then they actually have news like articles about it that are like higher level than what you would find on like CNN or NBC or something like that, because they're actually written more like they just have more in-depth analyses of what the actual science is. So I would actually probably go there. But I would also challenge you, if you're actually really interested in a study, to dive into the actual study. And like the title, for example, should be understandable. And the abstract is usually written in a way that avoids a lot of jargon, so that it is a little bit more approachable than, like, let's say, the conclusion or something like that, that now you're actually getting into like the analyses and that kind of stuff.
Oh, and by the way, before I hang up, I just want to let the haters on the comments know that I'm a lesbian. I'm not interested in him romantically. I'm actually extraordinarily smart and brilliant, and I love science, and I find him incredibly interesting.
Okay.
And I work in politics and entertainment, and you guys can go, screw the pooch. But that's what I got to say.
Okay.
Talk to you guys later. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay. Thank
Bye.
you. All right. Bye. Thanks, guys. Thank you. All right, Music OG. Hi, Music OG. How's it going?
Pretty good. I find your live super fascinating because I'm really into psychology and like the study of the brain and how people get PTSD from events in their life and the way that they react to that. But when I got into the microbiologist part of that, of psychology, when you guys are talking about neurons and how it works and all this stuff, or I'd say neurology,
yeah,
I had a 4.0, and then I took that course. I got an F.
Oh no.
Yeah, and I don't know why my brain doesn't work that way, but like, I don't know.
Yeah, dude, honestly, me too, man. I like mammals. They're so complex. It's crazy. I mean, I like microbes because I can better understand them, at a fuller level, at a deeper level. And especially, I like to change genes and stuff around, and you can't really do that like with neurons and brains and stuff like that. So you kind of have to do that at the mouse model stage, and that takes like you're not really. Your population size is so small as a scientist that you really kind of want more. And that's what I got really into microbes, because I can actually change so many more genes. I can understand pathways and protein interactions like way, way more. And it's just more fun for me because now I can change a gene and then I can change it back. And then I know it's the same problem over and over again. And you just can't do that any other way. Yeah, CRISPR is a way to do that, to do genome editing. Yeah, I was actually really fortunate. I was actually working on post-genome editing in yeast when CRISPR first got out, which was DiCarlo et al. 2013 was like the Saccharomyces cerevisiae paper. And I was working with Eroia lipolytica at the time, and I wrote a little proposal. I was like, hey, this seems like a cool thing. Maybe we could try it in this yeast strain. And so I worked on it for like a year, and I was like one of the first people in the world to use CRISPR and Eroia, which is really fun. It was really cool. CRISPR is really, really, really fun. So it's a really awesome tool. And
I'm stoked for you that you found your niche, and
Thank you.
and my professor was so intelligent that he couldn't teach it to people in the class. Like almost everybody got an F in that class because he was so intelligent that people are like, "What is this guy talking about?" Like, anyway,
I hope
we
I'm
all
more
work together.
approachable than that.
Psychologists and microbiologists, like.
I hope I'm a little bit more approachable than that. I mean, I really feel like I do speak, like I do think that one of the big problems in science communication is that we kind of like dumb everything down to the baseline, and everything can't be a Lego analogy. You know what I mean, guys? We gotta I'm trying to hopefully like genuinely like I'll explain to you like what the jargon is, and then explain it through the jargon, and so that you're hopefully learning. But I want to speak to things that I'm excited about, and that is sometimes using some jargon. But hopefully you're learning, and we can raise the science discourse a little bit more, as opposed to just dumbing everything down into like these little bites and little stuff that then you're not really understanding what's going on anyway, and so you're not actually learning, and it's a stupid analogy that doesn't really make any sense. So let's bring up the science discourse,
Absolutely. Hey, man, thanks for having me up. I just thought I'd say what's up.
Course. Thank you. Thanks for joining. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. Have a good night.
Have a good one. All right. Wow. All right. Well, guys, Good Trouble crew. Has anyone been vaccinated recently? Because we do vaccine parties here that we celebrate people who got vaccinated. So, has anyone gotten a vaccine recently? Anyone? Not me. Going tomorrow, Brandy. Let's go. 1-2 vax. Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah, Angie, you can request up. Nice, nurse. Nice. Cool, dude. MB, you're such a legend. I'm so proud of you. You're doing such a good job. Awesome, guys. Awesome. Yeah. So basically, I get the flu vaccine. So basically, making money. You do get you might have gotten like actual sickness or something that just corresponded with that time. You should have the flu symptoms, but only for a little bit. For 1 or 2 days. Willow, you can get vaccines before that. You can get them. It's all good. If anyone's been vaccinated, we celebrate people who get vaccinated in this community. So it's actually really good to just get up, speak out, and all that kind of stuff. Is it too soon for the flu and COVID vaccines? I'm a teacher and I need to make it through the whole season. I mean, I would, yeah, I would. I mean, it's going to be, you're going to get maximum thing right during the flu season. So I think that now would be a good time. It lasted a month. Yeah, you might have like gotten an actual like a flu or something during that time. That probably isn't related to the vaccine. Do you think C-19 was a good thing? I mean, no. I think it was an awful thing. I think like 1.2 million Americans died, and it was really bad. So I think it's bad. We celebrate people that take public health seriously. So we celebrate people who get vaccinated. Oh man, thanks guys. Thanks for NB. Thank you. Gardasil. I don't know what Gardasil is. The COVID-19 vaccine was really safe and effective. It was really good. Yeah, it was the best vaccine that's ever been produced. Actually, when it was first came out, 95% efficacy. It was incredible. Trump said Trump is wrong about vaccines. Trump, they're all safe and effective, and you should get all the vaccines. Nice, Laura. Good job. You can if you want to, Light. You can if you want to. Oh, Gardasil is the HPV vaccine. Yeah, cool. I would go for it for sure. All the vaccines are safe and effective. I would get every one if I could. If I was you. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, guys. Vaccines give you superpowers. You get a defense mechanism for a disease without actually getting the disease itself. It's incredible. Oh, Glam Doc. Dude, thank you for being here. We have so many physicians in chat. It's so cool, actually. It is actually really, really awesome. All right, guys, we don't have anything to do, so we'll just do this thing.
Why is he look
like my college professor. Why you look
thank
like
you.
my college professor or something?
Thank you. Thank you. I used to be. I was a microbiology professor.
Yeah, you got the vibes. You got
Thank
the
you.
vibe. Welcome in class, huh,
Thank
chat?
you. Welcome in, class. What was your favorite subject in school? What are you studying right now for your in college?
I graduated. Anyways,
Nice, congrats.
thank you for the heart me. English.
What was your major?
I didn't go to college.
Oh, okay.
He worked to help us save lives. Watch who you're talking to. I wasn't rude to him. I was just trying to give him a good laugh. Excuse you.
No, we're good. Yeah, we're all good. It's all good.
Yeah, it's all good. Excuse you. Not
Exactly.
you. The person in my chat.
Oh no, I get it. I get it. I know these people in chat, man. Jeez.
Ah, jeez.
Yeah, it's so hard. It's hard out here for us. They don't understand, you know?
Yeah.
What's your favorite subject in school?
It was really reading and writing. Like,
No, nice, cool.
yeah. I would literally, they would say like, okay, 1 page front and back, and then I would just do like 4 pages front and back.
Wow. Do you still do creative writing?
Yeah, I do writing still. I've written,
Nice.
but I've written.
Nice. That's awesome. Do you like
I know
write-
I'll never publish them though because I'm scared.
Oh, you should. You should. You could put like out like a Medium or something and like put something out and just put it out there.
For sure.
Do you do fiction, nonfiction?
Wait, I'm back. No. I do not do nonfiction. I only write like about like real stuff. Like real stuff, like real feelings and like
Okay.
like that. I don't know.
All right, cool. That's awesome.
Yeah, when did you start doing TikTok?
Like my show, I've been doing like 3 weeks.
What's your show?
It's a science show. Basically, people come on and like ask me questions, and I talk to them. They ask like questions about like a lot of like about like the pandemic and stuff like that. So, or things that are happening right now with Trump and the CDC and how he's defunding science. So we talk a lot about like a lot of different stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not good. Science isn't being supported right now. He's defunding a lot of it. It's going to impact a lot of us for a really long time, unfortunately.
Someone told me to ask you what you think about there being more water underground than on the surface.
Dang, that's cool. You know what I think about? How many microbes are out there that we haven't explored. There's like microbiology is like the final frontier. As a percentage, we have actually explored more the surface of Mars with rovers than we have explored the microbiology diversity of Earth. Like what are the microbes that live under the oceans, like under the Marianas Trench? What are the microbes that live in the core of the Earth? There's so much out there that we don't know. It's so cool. And microbes are like bacteria and fungus and that kind of stuff. Well, anyway, it was fun. Thank you so much. It was nice talking to you. Good luck. Please publish your writing, though. I think that would be so cool for you. Like it would really help.
Thank you.
All right.
Have
See ya.
a blessed night.
What's up, guys? Sorry, you didn't have anything to do. It's so uncomfortable. She was nice. Was she vaping? Is that why she's going off the screen like that? Is that what's happening? Is that yeah? Oh yeah. She was fine. It was all good. Okay, all right. Sorry, guys. I don't know. All right, that makes sense. No, I don't think so, guys. I don't think so. Oh, she's like clicking my profile, maybe. I don't know, Jerry. I don't know about medical stuff, but honestly, I mean, the people that I respect are saying that it's not looking good for him. So I don't know. I hope the best for him. I think so. Yeah, Marissa. I know. I tried to. I. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. If you want to, anyone's able to request up. I know, David. I feel bad sometimes, but I think that's a cool stat. Does that make sense, guys? When I say that, like we have just explored more of the surface of Mars with rovers than we have explored the microbial diversity of Earth, because basically we haven't cultured and we haven't sequenced like 99.8% of microbiology on Earth, but we've explored about 2% of Mars by rovers. So we're talking like an order of magnitude different. And it's like, it's so cool. Exactly, Nurse Sansu. It's so cool. I think that microbiology is the final frontier on Earth. Well, basically, we haven't been able to culture. And in order to culture a microbe, you have to grow it. And if you grow it, then you have to give it the exact nutrients that it needs. And basically, the microbes rely on each other to live in these microbial communities. And the microbial communities all need one another. So you don't just need to culture a single microbe. You have to culture the entire community of microbes all at once. And it requires a lot of specific nutrients, specific dosages, and that kind of thing. Yeah, for sure, Real McCoy. Legitimately, there's so much left. CRISPR was just discovered, and that's like 60 to 70% of bacteria have that. So it's crazy. I don't know, Light. I don't think that. Aren't they going to try? Isn't Trump going to try to put like a nuclear power plant on the Earth, on the moon? Oh, okay, cool, Marissa. Dude, medical science, that's cool. Space science, that is really cool. So like astrobiology, is that what you're talking about? I haven't, Kelsey. I haven't. The Human Genome Project wasn't even that long ago. I know, Victoria, isn't that crazy? And that was super old technology too. So basically, with whole genome sequencing, we've actually been sequencing a lot more of the genome a lot quicker. And but yeah, you're right. To think that they were doing that all with Sanger sequencing is just wild. I want to explore the ocean too, Jenna. I'm with you. Oh, cool, Marissa. Yeah, astrobiology is so cool. I know, Victoria. I agree. It's really sad. Hopefully, we'll get it back. We got to keep fighting, guys. Become an astrobiologist. Honestly, Marissa, don't. Medical science is where it's at. Once you're connected to humans, the funding is a lot easier. And basically, you go into astrobiology. There's no patents. There's no patents, so there's no money. That's what's so sad. Dude, I can't believe it. You're right. 300,000 likes, guys. Wow. I can't believe it. I think my entire channel had like 1.7 million likes. So that's like 20% increase just by itself. Should study ATS. What is ATS? Oh, yeah. Puff, what's up, man?
Yo, how you doing?
Whoa, good, man. Good.
What you been? What's the topic been mostly today?
Not much, man. We've actually been chilling. We actually had a lot of pro science people coming on and asking questions and just like chilling, and then Good Trouble with Olivia raided, and it was like 600 people in here. And that was awesome.
Oh, nice.
It was yeah, Marissa. Great. Yeah, they are. He's a high school science teacher. He's awesome. Friend of the stream, Mr. Puff, guys. He's the legend. He's really good. He's actually doing the work to help educate. How we were talking about, how do we educate these people? How do we make a difference in future generations? Like Puff is actually doing it. That's really awesome.
Yeah. What day is it today? I don't even know what day we are. It's Friday, right? Like,
Mm.
or Saturday. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing mostly lesson plans and stuff this weekend. Someone asked, oh, what grades? Mostly juniors, but I also teach a senior level chemistry course that's focused on health academy mostly. So these are going to be the students that go into the medical field. So I try to make any problem sets and stuff applicable to medicine. So we are doing unit conversions right now, and I tried to make all the problems in a hospital setting in terms of making the correct dosages of medications. And then the other classes are chemistry of earth systems and then AP chemistry. So those are the ones I teach. And then I go to college at my local college I graduated from, and I have a couple guest lectures on microbiology, actually, funny enough.
Nice.
I'm gonna be talking about the characterization tests, so I'll let you know how that goes when that comes.
Dude, Marky247, thank you for the subscription, man. Thank you. Hell yeah. Wow.
But I just want to come on and see, because I'm not normally up at this time anymore.
Yeah.
I'm normally asleep.
The DGen hours. This is like, yeah.
Yeah,
Usually,
and I saw
honestly, like
you.
now is like I just like chill. This is kind of like the after stream chill session while also streaming. So it's like we're hanging out, you know.
Yeah, I was curious. I was like, because I saw you were super active in the Discord and whatnot, and I was like, does he sleep? Like, genuine question. Like, I was like, does he sleep? Because I saw you were posting stuff at 6 in the morning.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I was like, if he's up at this time, he sleeps like 4 hours a day. I
Yeah,
was like, what's
sometimes.
this Elon Musk sleep schedule?
Yeah, I'm usually up like this morning I had to be up with the kids, so yeah, it was that. But I took a nap in the middle of the day, so yeah. Napping's good.
like,
I love napping, guys.
I do too, except then I don't wake up. But oh yeah, I didn't finish. And then after in the evening, I do night classes for my education masters.
Dang,
so
dude. That's rough.
it is kind of rough. I'm not gonna lie. I have like a 2-hour window where I can chill, and then and then I just go to bed and wake up, do it all again. I do it every single time. So most of the time when I come on the live, I'm about to go to bed.
I got kids. I got 4 kids between 8 and 3, and they're all 18 months apart. Yeah.
But
yeah,
I
dude.
wanted to start doing more I'll be honest, I see a lot of, in terms of the education side of TikTok, the most stuff I see is about paras.
Paras?
Paras are the one-on-one support system for SPED kids or English language learners as well. But they're called paras, and so I'm not sure, like, when your kids are in school, they might have another adult that's in the room. That's normally a person that's just with one SPED student usually. So I see mostly the paras on here, but I don't see a lot. And then I do see like the big teacher ones that come on here, but I don't like some of them because they record their paraprofessional. Yeah, it's that I forgot the second term. I just say paras. But I don't like a lot of the teachers on here because they record the students' voices half the time, and I don't think that that's even technically legal. So that's my issue. That's my beef with the teacher TikTok side of things. So a lot of them record their students' voices and then like will take a clip from their class and whatnot. I don't think that's cool.
That is so bad. That is such a bad. What? That's so unethical. Like, right? Because they're not getting consent from all the kids to have that.
Yeah.
I mean,
No, you're right. It's not. And I have, so for this year of teaching, I have to do, there's an assessment that all teachers do called the EdTPA, and that's the teacher performance assessment. So basically, It's them basically going to grade my performance as a teacher to be like, okay, this guy definitely can teach by himself and get his credential and licensing and masters. But you need to have every single student have their parents sign the consent form that they can be filmed. So, and if I don't get everyone to sign, then I have to get the kids out of the camera shot and whatnot.
Yeah.
So that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be in February.
Dang.
Yeah, SPED is under attack. I'll tell you what. In my program, there were a lot of SPED teachers that originally joined the program, and we lost about 75% of them.
Wow.
So they gave up probably because of my surrounding districts are not too well with SPED. I have a lot of SPED students. About half my classes for 3 of the periods are SPED students. So we typically have 2 paraprofessionals per class. So we have like 4 adults in the room at the time. So, but I'm not trained with SPED. That's the problem. I'm not trained with SPED. And so I know there's a lot of parents right now that are dealing with their child, mostly with autism, that is getting reprimanded, like inappropriately reprimanded, in my opinion, for lashing out and stuff, because a lot of secondary teachers, they don't know the process that you're supposed to go through when, you know, a special education student, especially with autism, lashes out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so that's a lot of stuff I also see right now in the news and whatnot. And then obviously we have RFK being RFK,
God.
trying to figure out, you know, why is there so many students with autism? And then you have Trump says, "Oh, it has to be artificial." And so it's a process. Yeah, but you have to understand. Let's Go. I don't know. I just see the name Let's Go. It's gonna be kind of a trip for me. You have to understand though. If I have like half my classes and I teach, let's say 30 students, and half of them are SPED, I'm looking at like 40 to 45 to 50 IEPs. And so I would have to literally spend. And here's the thing too, because it's my first year teaching. It's very difficult because if I have 50 IEPs in front of me, I have to figure out like what each student needs. So really what I'm doing right now for my first year is like looking at the ones in case there's like an emergency, like an actual like physical emergency. I look at those ones first because that's something I have to respond to potentially. And then I look at everything else. But it's a process, I'm going to tell you. Teaching is not easy.
Yeah.
It is not easy. And especially because I'm also doing guest lecturing. But I think it's going to be fun. I think it's going to be a fun year.
Nice, man. Dude, thank you for everything you do, man. Thank you. That's so... Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm a little... I'm a little blown away just like thinking about how to reach all those kids with all the special needs and stuff. That would be so tough, man. And teaching them like science on top of that, and that'd be so difficult.
So the person that said 50 IP for 30 students, 4 classes, 30 times 4 is 120. So yeah, we're looking at about 50.
Dang.
And then whoever suggested Alex, I wanted to use Alex, but here's the thing: a lot of these students will not do homework. We've talked about this on the show here. My biggest issue with teaching right now is tracking. So a lot of my classes are the students that are juniors and seniors that never took a science course, or they want to graduate, so they need the credit. But the issue is where the tracking comes into play. It's all the students that are poor performance that are put into a classroom together, which cultivates an environment of not wanting to do anything. So that's my issue, because I'm a first year teacher, so I don't know from experience the best ways to motivate them. So I've tried to do positive reinforcement right now and what's called co-generative dialogue. So I actually ask them every day for their input, and I talk to them more the way that they would talk to each other. So I don't talk like I'm super professional or like above them. I try to act like I'm at the same level as them because maybe that will convince them to do something. And it's actually been working. So I'm probably going to keep up doing that and just learning about their culture, because if I learn about the culture, I can try to implement that into the lessons. And that's what I've been doing. So a lot of them like money. I was like, you know what? Okay, converting units. We're gonna relate this mostly to money. You know, if they
Nice.
all like money, we'll make it about money then, and then they get to learn the process. So, um, yeah, the district doesn't like me. Whoever said 100% being true and being used the best way, yeah, and because of that, the district doesn't like me, and so I have to like, it's weird because I don't want to lose a job. You know what I mean? So I'm like teetering on like trying to figure out what I can get away with and not get away with, because I just want the students to be successful in
Yeah.
my class. And it's difficult because the system has given up on every single one of them. So there's at least 60 students that the system and the state just basically said they gave up on because they're too far behind. And it's really sad to see. And I think it's just going to keep getting worse as the years go on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm from California. Whoever said liberal district, I'm from California. But I don't think that matters. You can look at Oklahoma, it's the same thing. Oklahoma's 50th in education. You have union, have your back. Yeah, I'm trying to figure that out. I co-teach, so that's another good thing too, is that because I'm co-teaching, me and my co-teacher, we bounce off each other. So no, it doesn't make a difference. And the reason I'm going to tell you is because Oklahoma's way worse. I saw a teacher on TikTok. Their school supplies by the school board for all the teachers were a bag of rubber bands, 2 stacks of the sticky notes, like the individual stacks of sticky notes. She got 2 of them. She got a pack of 4 expo markers. She got Lysol wipes, hand sanitizer, 2 rolls of tape. That was it. That was all she got. She got no pens or pencils for the class, nothing. So if you guys see teacher wish lists, please consider, if you have the funds to donate to teacher wish lists, please do it. Because they're just asking for classroom materials that the districts, just as teachers anywhere, we mostly pay for it out of our own pocket.
That's
So
crazy.
it is crazy, and it's a problem.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't know. I'm just kind of yapping right now. I don't know. Do you have another yes right now in the request?
Yeah, I was just gonna wrap up soon and just
Yeah.
to talk to this person. But yeah, dude, thank you so much for popping on. I really appreciate your like going through this with us, and yeah, it's awesome. I didn't realize that you're a first year teacher too, so it's like cool to learn as you learn too. So
Yeah,
keep us all
it's
updated,
just
okay?
hard. It's just hard because I'm teaching, but I'm also a student, right? Because I'm doing a
Yeah.
master's program, so it's very difficult to find a balance between. And I've never figured this out, all right. And I've worked 2 jobs at one point for my undergrad, and I still never figured out like the healthy balance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's tough. I'm having the same thing. It's
and
tough.
I don't know. But yeah, and Nikki, that's what I'm trying to do. But the way I'm also learning a bunch of stuff simultaneously, so I'm trying to apply that into my classrooms. I think it's going to come down to learning the culture because I teach not where I live, so I teach 30 minutes away, so I have to learn about that culture. But yeah, I'll stop yapping. I'll head out.
All right, Puff. Thanks, man. I appreciate you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
All right, see you, man.
See you, man.
All right, the last guy, we're gonna talk to T Smalls, and then last convo for the night, guys. Hi, T Smalls. How's it going?
Great. How are you doing?
Good.
Well, I just wanted to first off say I really appreciate that you're, cultivating this community. Sometimes it can get kind of discouraging,
Thank
so
you.
it's nice to engage and see, intellectual conversation. So thank you for creating the space.
Thank you.
I kind of fell down a rabbit hole last week, wondering if you've heard of it, of research peptides. Have you
Okay.
heard of
Yeah.
this new trend?
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of terrifying. I mean, personally, I have a background. I got my degree in neuroscience and MCDB. Yeah, just wondering your thoughts on that. It seems like
Yeah, I mean, it's
kind of
one
an
of those things
interesting.
where like the FDA is famously very cautious in the United States. So you have like this area where there's a lot of things that are approved in other countries, or they have they're going through the FDA approval process, and it's looking good. So then they have like gray market compounding labs that you can get this stuff at, through, you know, gray, it's not, I mean, it definitely, it is illegal, and you shouldn't inject anything that's not from a legit pharmacy, because you don't have the ability to filter out anything that's bad. You have like your, organs and your liver that can like filter out things if you just ingest something that's like contaminated with some type of bacteria or something like that. But you get something from a compounding pharmacy that's contaminated, you could die, a lot
Yeah.
easier. So, but yeah, it's kind of just like filling that need / people see it and they don't get it. I think people are so frustrated, like with our healthcare system, that they're kind of taking it into their own hands. So, but yeah, it's bad. It's frustrating. It's frustrating that you can't just go to your physician kind of and get the latest and greatest technology. But then it's also bad to go to these gray market compounding websites too.
Yeah, I cannot agree more. I get it from the lens of people have a frustration with the FDA
Mhm.
and certain companies making these drugs really expensive
Yeah.
and impossible to get a hold of. But at the same time, taking this into your own hands and pretty much conducting research on yourself in your own home is kind of shocking. And I was really surprised with just how large of a community this is and
Yeah.
how many people are doing this. Um, you know, some people are very skeptical of science, and that Venn diagram is really interesting in that community of the people that are, skeptical of a vaccine, but willing to buy a substance from a
Yeah.
Chinese lab and research themselves in their own home. It's just it's a crazy concept to me, and
Yeah.
it was just shocking for me to find that.
I mean, there's a lot of people. I mean, I do jujitsu, so there's a lot of people when they have like some type of injury or something like that. You're trying to get like stem cell treatments, and then there's not a lot of them, so they go down to like a place in Mexico, fly you in, and then they'll use more stuff. They'll use more peptides, that kind of stuff. Easier to get other injectables there too, so it's just, there's lots of you basically go on like a vacation to get that all done and then come back. But it's wild. I mean, I do think that it would be better if people could do it safely at the guidance of their physician, and being more open and honest with it. But I feel like health insurance companies are just not the right avenue for that. They're not going to really want to pay for anything like that, so it'd have to be out of pocket, and they don't want to lose their license. The physicians don't want to lose their license, so
Of course.
yeah.
Yeah, and I think too, with the whole big pharma, people are really frustrated with the systems in place in general. But some of the claims that these chemicals say that they can do for a body, it's just I wish that people were able to understand more the actual science behind it and not just do it out of, you know, they were just so desperate. Yeah,
Yeah, Kiss
it's
Loretta, isn't that the meningitis outbreak that from the compounding pharmacy? I think it was like the late 90s that happened. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty bad. I mean, like it's like a sub-Q or intramuscular injection. They're not technically like injecting it. It's not like an IV. You're not finding like a vein and putting it in. It's just it's kind of like a flu shot. Well, you wouldn't know about that because you don't get vaccines, but yeah, it is. It's it's light as life, everyone. She's so
Ugh.
yeah. So
Yeah.
it sucks, man. I mean, I think that this will be something that honestly gets worse too, because I think the FDA is going to start unregulating a lot of this stuff, and you're going to have places that are basically mail order things like hymns and stuff like that, where you can just get it delivered. So this is the thing that frustrates me, where it's like they will, people will coddle to the naturopaths and allow you to like get green teas subscriptions for $100 a month, but then, FDA or becoming FDA approved drugs, that we can't get that more readily, like Ozempic and stuff. You should, like tirzepatide, there's like honestly a serious case to be made to actually just be on tirzepatide, like a low maintenance dose, just because of the organ protection, and it prevents you from going into like gaining weight, and I feel like, but now you physicians don't want to subscribe it, or they can't. Well, no, they can, but it has to be morbidly obese.
Yeah.
So it's like, stuff like that, it like there it seems to be a disconnect there, where we seem to be coddling the NDs, but then people that legitimate uses that we do know that exist, that are real, we aren't using the system for that. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely. And I think too, I think the more that we don't fund actual research into these things, and there are not credible information out there about what these do and the risks and or successes that can happen, then people are just gonna keep trying it on themselves. And if companies and or the government won't allow for us to do actual research, then we just won't know. So people are taking it into their own hands, and that's never good.
I totally agree. Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, still, Simone, I think they can, but they don't. It's for weight loss. But originally, it was for type 2 diabetics, and then it got FDA approved for weight loss. So it has to be like for that related. So it's I don't know. I mean, it's really. I feel like it's really weird. And then there's retaglutide that's coming out too. That's a triple action. Tirzepatide's a double action.
Yeah.
Ozempic's a single action. So it does feel like there's a huge like the use there. I mean, there's like I was reading 180 million people are basically, because it's anyone that's obese is okay to use tirzepatide or the GLP-1 agonist.
Yeah.
And it's like, it's a crazy big job market, and they're having a problem basically with where are they going to source all this stuff. So that's why they're doing a lot of research into orals right now, trying to like, people can just take an oral pill versus having to do a once a week injection.
And isn't that also why they started making the compounds too?
Yeah, there's a shortage.
Supply and demand. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's actually how I kind of got down the rabbit hole. Is I was just reading an article, I think it was the NIH that came out with a study about Rezepatide, or however you say it. And I was like, oh, that's a really interesting study. I haven't heard of this before. And yeah, it leads to a very interesting place. So
Yeah.
I do think that there's promise there, but
Mhm.
yeah, gosh, I would hope that people talk to their doctors about it before just doing it enough.
Jen, the terzepatides, like, we don't know. So it's one of those things where it's like you don't have a 20-year study until it's been out for 20 years. You know what I mean? It's the same way with like evaluating the new drug of like or the new mRNA vaccines. You know, you kind of like you're going to see the most obvious side effects more closely aligned to those like injection times. But yeah, I think that there is some recent data coming out talking about terzepatides being good for organ protection, basically.
Oh, it's called retatrutide. That's what I
Yeah,
meant
red
to
is
say.
the,
Sorry, I
the
tried
triple
to.
action,
Yeah,
and then
so I meant to type
terzepatide's
it.
the double. It's like
I'm
the
muted for some reason, but that's okay.
the glucagon insensitivity, and then the insulin pathway, and the GLP-1 agonist. So it's all up there.
Yeah.
So it's
This,
it's
the
interesting.
scientist in me is really interested, but
Yeah.
it's also very, very scary.
Oh,
So
thank
many
you.
people are just doing this.
Thanks
Anyway.
for the corgi. But yeah, I'm getting called out in getting called out in chat for not appreciating sleep, and I am tired, guys. You are right. You are right. But I was already planning on going late tonight, so I slept up and I was all ready. So I'm happy that I was here for you guys. T Smalls, thanks for jumping in. Thank you so much.
you. Yeah, really,
Appreciate it.
truly, thank you. I appreciate you and, like I said, the space that you created.
Oh, cool.
Have a good
Thank
night
you.
and get some sleep.
Okay, will do. All right, guys. Dude, what a crazy stream. That was so cool. I'm so happy. Like, yesterday was so fun. And then to see everyone coming in with Olivia and Good Trouble stream. There's a really funny clip from a convo I had last night. You guys should check it out. It's getting paid to do something. I forget what the thing is. But it's funny. All right, guys. Well, that's it. That's all I did. I did the whole thing. We did the thing. Oh, cool. Oh, that's awesome. Oh, that's cool, Marissa. That's really cool. Is there a way that I could see the clip? Can I see the clip somehow? Is there? Oh, nice. Okay, cool. All right, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I am GT today, and it was cool. He's very nice, guys. He's a very nice guy. Okay, I will do it. I'll do it before. I think that's a good idea, guys. All right, guys. Well, we know how we do it. This is how we do it. This is how we do it. And end it every time. Boom. Thank you. Thanks for coming by. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you. Vaccines are safe and effective. Yes, they are. I know. Tomorrow. Same time. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Okay, are you going to be there? Are you? Let's do it. Okay. Stop. We're done. Cut the feed. Cut it. Stop.